What are you doing back there? Alright, go on. You enjoy your snack? You enjoy your little pig ear? Alright, go on. Okay. Let's see if we can't get our mic and everything going. Hype meter, stream chat. Chat looks good. We need... Where did our music go? There we go. Let's hit interact. Yeah. That's the one right there. Right there. Somebody's here. Hello, whoever you are. Just checking the audio and all that jazz, and we will get going in just a sec. Just a sec. Let me see. How's this audio? Can I hear myself? So far, maybe my earbuds. Oh, am I muted? Let's not mute. All right. Oh, we're going to the other headphones, of course. We got too many pairs of headphones laying around. So let's switch to these. Okay, I can hear myself now. All right, hopefully you guys can hear me, because I can hear myself. Want to try to get the video quality a little bit better. The ISO is up really high. Ooh, that's pretty low. I guess it's gonna have to be pretty high, huh? Alright, whatever, we'll just leave it on auto. Oof. Yeah, hopefully that'll be fine. That should be fine. Alright. My face is not the star of the show anyways, so... Alright. Who do we have in here? Is our audio sounding good? I have the AC off, so there shouldn't be any background noise. I also have my oh, you can't see. What is up, Baka Blitz? Good day, yes, pretty good day. Inocencio, hi, how are you doing? Cool, sounds good. All right, I got the I have this like so hopefully these settings are pretty good for us. I'm just going to leave that minimized there, and then we can... Ooh, that's not what I wanted. And then we can adjust it if we need to. Cool. Good to hear. Glad we got some people coming in. Pretty excited for today. We have our proof of concept working, and now we just need to refine things and tighten up the code a little bit, make it look a little cleaner, add some features, and she'll be good to go. Hopefully we get all that done on this stream. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't. Going to refill my strawberry vaporuni real quick. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Very excited to get this one done and get on to the controlnet and IP adapter and LoRa node. Once we have the FVD and we have the whatever I'm going to call the controlnet group node, I don't know, I don't have a name for it yet, but once we have those two nodes, we'll be able to do anything. It'll be nice. And adding in the features for there's a couple, well, the one thing we talked about last night in terms of like if you want to generate a thumbnail or some specific type of image, having custom instructions for the language model where you can just select from a drop down menu like thumbnail, and then it'll like automatically prep the LLM to accommodate for that. Another thing I was thinking of with, let me get Comfy running. Another thing I was thinking of with those kind of like automatic features would be on the sampler, whenever you're doing image to image, every image is different in terms of a range. I know on my note in the workflow, it says that, you know, the denoise should be between like 0.88 and 0.98. But the more I test that out, the more I realize like every image is pretty different in terms of the range of where you want your denoise value to be set. So I was thinking of a like kind of a similar drop down list menu on the sampler where you could just select like image to image and it would go through and do like a battery of tests on different ranges of denoise values and maybe different seeds or different right, so like right in here we would have some kind of a little drop down menu, and one of the options would be image to image, and then that way, because you could go ahead and test a whole range of denoise values and then there could be like a second stage where it refines it even further, so it could do like a broad, what I was thinking is like you'd have like stage 1, and that would say test a range of denoise values from around like 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8. And then you could look at that group and see, okay, based on what I'm trying to achieve, closer to the 0.8 range or closer to the 0.3 range, somewhere around in there is better. So then you can have a stage 2 that would target, like zoom in on that range a little more closely. I don't know if that makes sense, but because I was doing this thumbnail earlier for my cousin. He's got a gaming YouTube channel. And speaking of which, if anybody watches gaming content, let me know, because I would like to talk to you about his channel. But I was doing this thumbnail for him. There's this jet he plays Call of Duty Mobile mostly, but there's this jet in the game that's called the Jackal. So I was doing this thumbnail for him, and this is actually, I went into Illustrator and I like cropped out this picture of this jet because Flux is trained on like, I guess mostly realistic jets. So all of the results I was coming up with were very realistic. And so trying to get this exact look of this jet. Anyways, I cropped it out and then stuck it over top of this previous image that I had generated. And then I was trying to do image to image with this to touch it up and make it look a little better. And actually came out okay, but like I was saying, you have to play around with the denoise, because for this one I needed the denoise like, I think it was like down to 0.3 or 0.4. It was really low. Whereas some of them it needs to be up pretty high. So Anyways, kind of like an automated testing thing for that would be great. Baka says, used to play COD Mobile when I had my old PC. I would mess up lobbies on keyboard. Mouse. Yeah, I tried it. I actually downloaded Call of Duty Mobile because I was trying to help him with getting his video quality and everything. He's trying to figure out a good setup for recording and streaming, and he was playing around with capture cards and stuff. And so I just installed it on my phone because I have the same phone as him, and tried some screen records, and I tried casting to my PC with Samsung Flow. They have this like screen mirroring thing, Samsung Flow, and you can, yeah, it's pretty nice. But anyways, I was just trying to help him out with that, and I would probably not make it very far in that game, that's for sure. It's a lot of action. It's a very fast-paced game. All right, let's move me up here. Maybe make me a little smaller. So I have the AC off for now, but again, if it gets too hot in here, I have this, hopefully we can mess around with the noise reduction and the compressor and stuff and make this doable. Because I went back and listened to some of the stream from last night, and I didn't realize how loud it was. That AC was way too loud. COD Mobile is oddly competitive, honestly better than most modern COD games. Yeah, it seemed pretty cool. Very competitive for sure. I'd probably get into it if I had time, had a little more time. I like that it's free. That's pretty nice. Or at least probably like freemium. I'm sure there's stuff you pay for in there, but you guys checked out the FlowState chill radio? I was listening to it a little bit earlier. It's pretty good, the mix is. Again, I got to work on the background loops. Once we get this FVD done. Yeah, once we get this FVD done, I'm going to create a whole bunch of loops to stick together for those. Yeah, the music is pretty good. It's actually just stock YouTube library music, but some of it's pretty good. I found some pretty good artists on there. Diala is who I typically use for my videos. I think it's a she. She makes pretty good music. But they're shorter songs, but, you know, still pretty good. Good enough for background music for sure. Put it on while you're, you know, working, writing some code or whatever. All right. I suppose we'll get started. Everything. Oh, where's my ticker? Where's my ticker? I want the ticker going. It's not super important, I guess, but there we go. It's a nice touch. This EQ might be a little bit too big. I think it's fine for now, but let me know if it's too distracting. So let's switch over to this is not the right workflow. Let's get over to that one, which, did I save it? I hope I did. Oh, not that one. Yeah, here we go. All right, is this the one? Hopefully this is the right one. I don't think I saved the one we were working on last night. Nope, this is not it. Nope, this is definitely not it. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to the one that I just had open, which is this one. Yes, we can close that one. No. And close that one. No. And yeah, we'll stick with this, and I'll just put a group over here. FVD. Color brown. Oops. Alright, we need the FVD. And we need a VFI. And we need a combine video combine. Cool, man, cool. All right, let's go ahead and change our, what do we want to do first? We want to do, I guess we'll do, it doesn't really matter. Let's do extend count augmentation level. I guess let's do C. Well, we have the params, right? We have the params up there already. And denoise, we don't need to worry. Actually, we need to take that off of here. Yeah, we'll do that in a bit, but we need to take that off of here. It's not relevant. Steps, control. Okay, we'll go ahead with do seed. And we'll do width, and we'll do height. And I think that's it. 32 for Euler, DDIM uniform, denoise, SVDXT11. Yeah, I'm going to take that min CFG off. Well, maybe I'll leave it actually. It's kind of useful sometimes. Selected image, 1, video frames, 24, yeah, 124. We're going to turn this up a little. Let's go to 244. And FPS 12, augmentation 0, extend count 1. That's good. Let's put our multiplier up to 4, and then our video combine up here. Stretch that out a bit, because we're going to want, actually it's not really that important to have that too large, because I'm going to open it in a new tab anyways. So I don't know if you guys have noticed, but this video combine node, it's not the greatest at rendering video in Comfy. So typically I'll just like right click it and open in a new tab because it's a little laggy. Oh, you know what? I'm going to take that out of here too. I don't need that. There's no reason to have that there. I'm just going to do that right there. Sure. That'll do. That'll do. So, Baka, you're up at night, huh? Anything interesting happened today for anyone? We got 5 people in here. I know we got Baka and Asensio. Who else we got in here? Y'all having a good day? $9 p.m. Yep. Chilling in the flow state. Okay, so where to go? Where to go? Let's start with, let's go back to our prompt and let's go, actually, let's keep that for a sec. Let's keep that part right there. And we'll keep up to there. We'll say realistic photo of a man walking down a busy sidewalk on a sunny day. Like that, we'll get rid of all the text. High quality 4K realistic, real stunning, vibrant, colorful. Sounds fine. Make sure we are good over here. We got NF4, we are on NF4, weight type default, and we have our clips, and we have our VAE seed 4 fixed, and we're on original. Maybe we'll go with extra crispy. Let's see how that works out. Max tokens, all of our QKV, that looks good. We are on an empty latent. We want to go, let's go 1024 by 1024. And we are on Euler DDIM uniform, guidance 4, steps 32, denoise 1. Max shift, base shift, multiplier. Looks good to me. Let's get rid of that so we don't do, well, whatever. We can do actually multiple images. We'll get two, we'll get a batch size of 2 there so we can have 2 choices. And just to be sure, we already checked this stuff over here, so we should be good to go on that. Now, before we do this first run, I want to jump into Z-code under comfyui, custom nodes, FlowState nodes. It's down in here somewhere. I think you're sleeping on Flux Loras. I've started some casual training today and it's fun. Yeah, you know, I might get into it at some point. I'm sure whenever I actually go to build that node, that'll be something I get some more exposure to, and I might come around on them. It's not that I don't like them, it's just that I feel like you can get the same kind of results with controlnets and image to image and IP adapters without having to train anything. But yeah, once I train 1 or 2, I might come around. Yeah. Yeah, Flux is pretty good. There are certain things, now that you mention it, now that I'm thinking about it, that problem that I was talking about earlier with this jet right here, if you could train a LoRa on that Call of Duty Mobile Jackal jet, because all of the jets that I get whenever I don't do image to image, even whenever I do image to image, unless the denoise is really low, it starts giving me all kinds of different jets. Like if I type in like futuristic, cyberpunks, that kind of stuff in the prompt, it'll give me some unconventional jets, but they still resemble kind of realistic fighter jets. And 5 to 8 images, really? Wow. Okay. Well, that's not too bad. I was thinking you might need much more than that, but yeah, if you could train that in, that would probably be, I probably will end up trying that, because specifically for my cousin, he doesn't have a PC. I mean, he has a laptop, but he doesn't have anything that's going to run comfy nearly as well as mine. So I'm making all of his thumbnails for him, and like logos and his channel banner and stuff like that, which is already done, but thumbnails are an ongoing thing, so. Okay, I'll try it out. That would be good because Call of Duty Mobile is a very specific look, and Flux is not trained on Call of Duty Mobile. That's for sure. So it's a little bit of a struggle. I've gotten some good results though. It's a little unconventional in terms of the other Call of Duty mobile gaming channels that I've seen. It's not, his thumbnails and stuff are not the same as theirs, which I kind of think is good. I mean, I don't want him to blend in. I kind of want him to stand out. And again, if any of you guys like watching gaming content, let me know, because if you guys want to check out his channel and give him some pointers or something, let me know what you think, or in the comments or whatever. This is him right here, CODM Game Force. So these are all his thumbnails here, and a lot of them have come out pretty good. He's got 73 subs, so he's doing okay, but he's kind of hit like this plateau, kind of leveling out. So you can see most of his videos lately are struggling. One thing he's got to work on is, you know, he'll have like a title, like for example, this one right here, it says top tips for dominating ranked matches. And then I watched the video and none of it are, he doesn't actually give any tips. And I'm like, bro, if your title says top tips, you need to give tips in the video. So there's some things he knows he needs to work on. But if you guys like watching gaming content, check it out and let him know. Put some stuff in the comments and give him some pointers or whatever, you know. I have a friend who makes insane styles for Flux, uses only 10 to 30 images max. Okay, that's not bad. Caught him. I think I saw him in the music live. Yep, he's been checking out. He's pretty good about leaving some comments and likes and stuff like that. Yep, he was in there earlier. He's a cool guy, man. He's a cool guy. He's trying to do the YouTube thing too. I think that's what we're all going to be doing within the next couple of years. Everybody's going to be on YouTube, like gardening or cooking or something. Everybody's going to be, once the robots take over, it's like, okay, well, I guess we need to all be content creators now because there's no more jobs. So we'll see how that goes, I guess. But before we do this first run, I want to tweak this a little bit. Some things I've been thinking about. I've been busy today. I haven't actually had time to get back to this, so we're picking up right where we left off last night. So first thing we want to do is just probably get rid of this denoise value, because there's not going to be a situation where you want a lower denoise that I can think of. Maybe I'll add it back in later. If you guys can think of a reason why I'm wrong about that, let me know. But I don't see any need to have a denoise value here. Yeah, you know, I was thinking about that a little bit yesterday, and it's not even just about like making money doing what you want. I mean, that's obviously a solid, you know, plus. But more so, there's a lot of problems in the world in terms of governments and corporation and, you know, those types of things. Large consolidated powers, that's what I'll say. Large consolidated powers, be it corporate or governmental. And those problems are not going away. They're not just going to give up their powers. And I don't blame them. Like, if you're an emperor of an entire, you know, empire, why would you give it up? I wouldn't. So I'm not trying to pick out blame for anyone here, but being realistic, it is what it is. That's the life we live in. And, you know, in terms of GMOs and all of the pesticides and chemicals and stuff that are being dumped in the environment every day, if we want those things to change, I mean, the only way to get rid of those types of concentrations of power are you can't defeat them because they're obviously too powerful. If you could defeat them, you would just defeat them. But you can render them obsolete. And so going to your point there about, you know, that would be a good era. It would be a good era because everyone would make money doing what they want to do, but it would also be great because if you could render governments and corporations and banks obsolete by simply cooperating with one another and getting everything you need out of life through, I guess you could call it like bartering or whatever. Not necessarily bartering, not that money has to be done away with or whatever, but you know, if we're all making our own money doing the things that we want to do independently and we are providing services to one another, we can decentralize all of the, you know, services that are currently being provided by, like, say, Walmart or Costco or whatever. And as we rely more on each other and less on corporations and governments, then they just become obsolete and fade into the, you know, past, into history, into the dustbin. So I think that would be a really, that's what I was thinking about earlier, a little bit of a tangent, but I was just thinking about that earlier today or last night or something like that. I think that would be a pretty solid win for the planet. Anywho, so I want to take off the denoise value. I'm going to keep the min CFG. I kind of like it for now. I might rename it because this is called guidance and this is called min CFG. So, you know, and I should probably move it up here to where it's right next to that because they're related, or move this one down either way. But let's get rid of the denoise. Let's kind of rearrange these fields here. We'll leave steps. I think we'll put sampling and scheduling algorithms at the top, or maybe we'll put the checkpoint name at the top, and then sampling and scheduling algorithms. And then we'll put steps and then min CFG and guidance. Maybe we'll probably rename this to say min guidance and guidance, and then selected image. And then we'll have the rest of these things down here. I think that is a pretty good, want to have things organized well. So let's do it. We have the FVD sampler right here. Let's collapse some things first so we can see what we're doing. And what did we say? We want to keep our seed. The seed can be right there. That's fine, I guess. And then, yeah, I mean, like I said last night, you know, at the point where AI does everything for us, that could either go really bad or it could go really good. So I mean, we're gonna get there one way or the other. It's out of our control. There's no stopping it. But hopefully it turns out pretty good. Hopefully. I think there's roughly like 50-50 chance. It could go either way. It could go really, really bad, or it could go really, really awesome. So I'm for it. We'll figure it out, I guess. Seed, steps, guidance. Let's see here. We have min CFG. We'll put that, like, say, right there. We'll get rid of denoise. We'll take guidance and put it right there, and we'll change this to min guidance. And our steps, let's see, guidance, min guidance. I think we'll just put it, like, say, right there. And then we want to put our checkpoint name up there. We'll leave it checkpoint name. That's a fine name for it, for a fine label for it for now. I don't think AI will get out of hand. Yeah, I hope not. All right, now we can get rid of these extra comments in here. It's fine, we don't need them. All right, so steps, and then min guidance and guidance, init image and selected image. Those two should be right next to each other. That's pretty good. Let's take this params up here. Since these things, the seed and the params, those are going to be converted to inputs. We'll put them up top. And the width and the height, same thing. We'll put that up there. I guess right there is fine. And right there. All right, steps, min guidance, guidance. We got the init image and the selected image. We got the number of video frames. Maybe we'll say num video frames, just to be a little more explicit. And then we have our motion bucket. You know, I really don't like that name. It's kind of confusing. What is a motion bucket ID? Let's ask. Explain the motion bucket ID parameter in the... Oh, I can't remember what node this was from initially. I think it's from the SVD conditioning. Yes, SVD. Let's just hit that real quick and we'll copy that in the SVD image to vid conditioning node in comfyui. I don't like that name, motion bucket ID. It's just so nebulous. What does that even mean? All right, so the motion bucket ID parameter in the image to vid conditioning node in comfy relates to how motion is applied to the video sequencing during transitions between frames in image to... Yeah, exactly. But I just want to know, like, what is the origin of the name? Why do they call it that? In image to video transformation, singular SVD. Oh, interesting. Singular value decomposition. Huh. That's a weird coincidence. Singular value decomposition and stable video diffusion, SVD. I wonder if they chose that name for that reason. Anyways, is often used to represent complex motion, and this parameter helps control the behavior of that motion. The idea behind the motion bucket ID is that it assigns a bucket for different kinds of motion or transitions. Really, these buckets correspond to different latent spaces or segments of the model that influence how motion is applied. By choosing a specific motion bucket ID, you effectively select from a range of predefined motion patterns, styles, or dynamics that are used to interpolate between frames. In simpler terms, think of this as a way to categorize and control the motion that will be applied across frames, enabling you to experiment with the style of frame transition, e.g. smooth, jittery, fast, based on what the model has learned or has been preset to generate, changing the motion bucket ID. Okay. All right. So interesting. I was under the impression that the motion bucket ID is kind of like a scalar value that could, you know, when you turn it up, you get more motion. When you turn it down, you get less motion. But from what this is saying, it seems like each ID, or I guess each number of motion bucket ID that you choose, kind of corresponds not only to an amount of motion, but a specific type of motion, which is really interesting. I would like to know more about these types, so I'm not just picking IDs in the dark. That would be great. Let's see. I don't want to go too deep into this, but let's just see if we can. What is the range of valid IDs? Isn't typically predefined. Most models that have the motion bucket functionality, the IDs often start at 0, and the upper limit is usually defined by how many different motion styles or dynamics were included during the training. Well, what's the max value on that thing? Got a hawk tour. It doesn't even say what the max value is. Motion bucket ID. I mean, I feel like, what about 1,000? It keeps going up. 10,000? No, I guess that's 100,000. Nope, it looks like 1023 is the highest. Okay. So there are 1024 different IDs, I guess, that they have pre-trained for us. That's a wide range. Motion bucket ID. Huh. Okay. All right. Motion bucket ID. I still don't really like the name. Well, I was thinking that, more is better, or more equals more motion. That's what I was thinking. But from what this is saying, it sounds like it doesn't necessarily mean that it would be more motion. It would just be a different type of motion, which may be more or maybe less, or maybe, like in our example last night, the first one we chose, the woman, she was kind of a little bit, she was kind of animated a little bit, and then the second value that we chose on that, she was stationary and everything around her was changing. So it's like a different type of motion, which, it would be great if this had like labels instead of numbers, like motion bucket ID 124 corresponds to, this type of motion or something. That would be more descriptive. But I guess there's not really anything we can do about that unless we want to go through and try to categorize all 1024 motion bucket IDs, which I certainly do not want to do. Maybe someday, but definitely not for now. So maybe we'll just call it motion type or something like that. Motion ID, motion type ID. I don't know. It doesn't really correspond to an amount, so it's not like a scale. Sounds fun. Yeah, going through all 1024 of those would probably be a week-long task, I imagine. So let's call it for now. What do we think? I'm going to call it, for right now, this could change later, but for right now, I'm going to call it motion type ID. I don't like bucket. Motion type ID. Yeah, I guess ID is still, we'll leave it like that. FPS is what it is. That's fine. Augmentation level. I guess that's fine. Extend count. Yeah. Maybe we'll call it sequence count. Sequence count. That's a little better. All right. So now that we've messed around with all of these parameters, let us copy them like so. And we'll go down to our sample method here. Actually, before we do that, let's just come down to right there. And then we'll tab that out a little. And we'll go like, say, right there. Now we have them all in the right order for our sample method. God, that's a long method already. All right, well, we'll unpack it a little bit later. Pop all that into there, and let's break this down onto the next line right there, and say right there. I think that's good. Motion. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't necessarily need to be 2 lines, 3 lines, whatever. We'll leave it. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. So what we have is we have all of this, and let's see here. I wonder if you could put a dictionary. Well, it's fine. We'll leave it for now. So we have this min CFG here. What do we have? Let's call this min guidance. And extend count, we change that to sequence count. Sequence count. And then video frames is now num video frames. Num video frames. All right. And then motion bucket ID is now motion type ID. And denoise, where did denoise go? Oh, we took denoise out. That's right. Well, that's because it's going to be 1. We're just going to set it to 1 because I don't like it. Right, and that's the SVD denoise, by the way, just to be clear. That's not the Flux denoise. All right, let's take out our print statements for the moment. We'll just comment those. And except for the ones that we want in there, which is like this one, we'll keep that there. And we'll keep that there. All right, so now for our flux, sample flux right here, encode, close that up. Oh, why are these open? Close that up, close that up. Now, sample flux, we have steps right here, right? Should we... Let's think about it, right? What do we need from our sampler, really? Really, what do we really need from our sampler? If you think about it, from the sampler, okay, so we already deleted a good bit out of here, right? We deleted model type. We don't need that. We deleted, we kept seed, width and height. We already have, so we don't need. Sampling and scheduling algorithm, we keep that. Steps, we don't need that either. We're going to decide that over on the FVD side of things. So let's go right here and let's delete. Are you AI generated too? You know, sometimes I wonder. You never know. I could be. Oh, I saw this thing the other day. Speaking of that, dude, check this out. This is crazy. Holy. AI explains how to kill us all. Let's see here. It's on this guy's channel. Videos. Ooh, China prepares for war. That looks interesting. Oh, 11 months ago. Okay, well, whatever. AI doesn't want to kill us. It has to. Okay, sure. Yeah. Elon Musk. Which one of it was these? It was, man, where is it? It was so cool, man. Where did it go? It's not about like AI killing us. It's something different. It might have been. It looks like I've only watched these two, so I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, these videos are a little clickbaity, but they are pretty interesting, some of them. All right, let's see here. I just want to find this one little clip. Nah, it's not this one. All right, let's try. Oh shit, which one did I just try? Did I try that one? Okay, it's this one, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Can you pause? Yeah, here we go. This is awesome. Let me get some, let me know if you can hear this. Let me get the audio. All right, let me know if you can hear this.
These they tested it against.
You're kidding.
Is that
no way. It did better than actual PhDs.
Nice. Okay. Check this out. This next clip that's about to play right here is awesome.
This person suspects they're working for an AI, partly because of strange
I'll just
The
back it up just a
The
little.
full consequences.
AI can sound incredibly human. Listen to
Right,
this
yeah,
AI
okay.
podcast.
O1 actually outperformed the PhDs they tested it against.
You're kidding. No way. It did better than actual PhDs.
This person suspects they're working for an AI, partly because of strange pauses during conversations on the phone. It's much more likely to be a misaligned person, perhaps using a translation app. But if
It's really
AI does
interesting. You
start
don't even
hiring
know if you're
people,
working
we
for
may
an
not
AI or not.
notice. It's already
We could all be
successfully
working for
hired
AI.
someone in an experiment, and a poll found that 55% of people who work from home had never met their colleagues in person.
And
Hello, it's
right
lovely
after
to
this- right
meet
after
you.
this one.
If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to let me know.
Hey, how's it
These
going?
voices are
I'm
pretty
looking
nice.
forward to working together.
Hi, glad to meet you.
And could you tell that this woman isn't real? This great trick
Right
gives you a
here.
sense of what it might be like.
So what is your go-to late night snack?
Waffles.
Okay, waffles. Now pick a drink, like a soda.
Mountain Dew.
Waffles, Mountain Dew. Now give me a number.
13.
Waffles, Mountain Dew, 13. Waffles, Mountain Dew, 13. Got it. And what if I told you that the conversation you just had was not real at all? It was a fully AI-generated conversation.
That's so awesome. I don't know what he's using, what app he's using there, but that was pretty cool. Anyways, so the point is, yeah, you never know. I could be AI generated, especially with this low quality video. You could recreate me. Yeah, it's pretty insane. The look on her face, she was like, "Oh my god." Okay. So yeah, I could be AI generated. You guys could be AI generated too. You don't even know. What even is real? Exactly. Right. Okay. So we got our things in there, right? Where did we go with that? Okay. Right. Yeah. We were saying that we don't need a bunch of things out of these parameters, right? We just need the max shift, base shift. You know, we don't even really need that, to be honest. We can kind of decide most of this stuff over on the SVD. The only thing we really need is the seed and the conditioning and the model, the VAE, the positive conditioning, and the seed, and the sampling and scheduling algorithms. That's really all we need. Really. And honestly, if we're looking on the FVD node, I mean, we don't even really need to have a sampling and scheduling algorithm here, because these are really controlling the SVD model, but our images are going to get, like our frames, the images for our frames are going to get, you know, reprocessed by Flux anyway. So what this is doesn't really even matter. We could just take these fields out and simplify this node a lot, and just choose the sampling and scheduling algorithms that are being used on whatever, you know, like whatever your input image is, whatever, you know, whatever you chose over here for these, you could just use that here. Once all the ideal settings are figured out, you can consider making presets based on the type. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, so, right, exactly. Human motion, background stuff, exactly. So, and it might be, right, it might also be that, that you might want to do multiple rounds on this using different motion bucket IDs. Like you might want to do one one pass on your frames with motion bucket ID of like 100, and then another one with, I don't know, whatever, some other number. Once we figure out what the numbers actually correspond to in terms of types of movement, then we can just kind of make a little drop down list and select whatever parts of whatever types of movement we want in the image. We can have it as a list instead of, you know, numbers. Having a number that corresponds to a type of motion is not great. It needs a name, it needs a label, like this type of motion or that type of motion or whatever, you know. And it might not be static, it might be something that varies, so maybe that's why they went with numbers instead of labels. But either way, I think it can be improved. So let's go ahead and we don't need the model type, we don't need denoise, we don't need steps, we don't need add params, add prompt, we don't need the prompt. We just need the model, the VAE, the positive conditioning, the seed, which is already in there, and the scheduling and sampling algorithm, we'll keep that. Guidance, you know, I suppose we could just use that guidance as well. If we want the rest of our frames in our sequence to match the initial frame in terms of, you know, the style and the content and everything, probably keeping the guidance, max shift, base shift, and possibly the multiplier, keeping all of that stuff the same is probably a good idea. Obviously the seed as well. And the sampling and scheduling algorithms. Okay, so really what we need is we need the seed, and then we need these things right here, and the multiplier. And everything else can be disregarded. So, okay, so we delete the model type, we delete the denoise, we delete the steps, and add params, add prompt, and I guess we keep the height and width on there. We don't really need it, but we'll just leave it just in case. And the multiplier is still on there. We didn't delete that. And the prompt we deleted. Okay, so I think this is fine. We'll keep this like that. And make sure that's saved. And then we'll jump back over to the FVD sampler. And we will... Let's see here. Right, we're in sample flux. On the sample flux method, let's comment these print statements so we can have a clearer output. And then, okay, so we come in here, we have our initial image params and our sequence of SVD images. And, you know, because we have this loop here, I guess we could do, I guess it doesn't really matter. We'll just do it like this. That's fine. We'll just stick to this. And okay. Yeah, this works fine. Okay. So our steps. Are we going to want to match the number of steps we got out of the params? That's the question. Maybe. Maybe we don't. I think we could probably go for fewer steps because our denoise is for sure going to be lower. The denoise value, we may want to leave that as an option for someone to select. It could turn out that it might need to be higher or lower, giving on the types of images. So let's say, let's put the denoise, let's put the denoise back in. We'll put it, we have the guidance right here. We can put it right under there. maybe right here. We have steps, min guidance. Yeah. Let's put it right there. Denoise. Denoise. Okay. So we're going to keep that in there just in case we want to vary it. And, alright, the denoise is passed in. Oh, where did we put it? We put it right after guidance. Okay, come on now. Right after guidance. Right there. Denoise. Denoise. Okay, so we have that. I suppose we need to pass that into sample flux. And we're doing this frame by frame. I suppose we are. We could do it in batches of frames, but I don't think it would really speed it up that much. So I suppose we're going frame by frame. Maybe we'll find a way to optimize that later, but I think that's pretty much going to be dependent on the hardware that whoever is running this has. I mean, if I'm running this on a 4090 and it's clogging up all of my VRAM, trying to do a batch of 24 frames through Flux, you know, maybe two 4090s would do it. I'm not sure. But either way, I guess we're gonna have to go frame by frame for now. But either way, it's fine. It's definitely an improvement, anyways. So, all right, here we are. We have, and especially because we were only doing 720 last night. If we try to do 1080, yeah, it's gonna be crazy. So yeah, frame by frame is the way to go. We are going to want to print off which frame we're on though, because last night I was trying to count them. So here we go. So we start off loading the models, right? And then we come down here and we're doing, it says FVD sampling video sequence, right? Sequence 1 of however many or whatever, you know. Sequence in out of num sequences. And then we come down here, we do our FVD, our SVD step right there. And perhaps we would put a print statement there, or perhaps we can skip that. Let's grab this and put one right there. So our first statement says loading models, and then our second statement says sampling video sequence. Okay, maybe we could change this up a little bit. Let's just say, oops, just to make it a little clearer. Let's go like right there and put that there. And then we'll say, well, I guess I didn't want to necessarily take that out, but put that back right there. And then we'll say, we'll get rid of that right there. Audio good, didn't hear yesterday. Cool, good to know. What's up, Alfonso? How's it going, man? Take that one out of there. Sampling. Let's say we'll call this, or you know what? Yeah, we'll do it like that. Yeah, yesterday, at a certain point yesterday, I ended up turning on the air conditioner in my room, and I didn't realize how loud that was. Grets from Switzerland. Wow, cool. That's pretty cool, man. Alfonso Gonzalez. I would not expect Switzerland from that name, but that is awesome, man. So it's what? It's like, well, I guess it's like the middle of the night for you guys, huh? It's what, 3, 4 a.m., something like that? Or early morning, I guess. Yeah, 3:42, cool. Bunch of night owls. Yep. It's 8:42 p.m. for me here, so it's not too late, but we're probably gonna go kind of late because I want to get as much done as possible. So I'm gonna go kind of late. You guys can stick around for as long as you want. All right, so we have FlowState FVD sampler loading models, and then we have sampling, and then this one we're gonna say generating SVD video sequence, one of or n of sequence count, and then sequence count, yeah. And then we're going to come here and we're going to say this denoise we're going to leave at 1. That's not where we're going to use denoise. We're going to use denoise on the flux frames. So we're going to leave that at 1. This is all still fine. Yeah, that's all still fine. That'll be our SVD step, and then we get our latents. That's our batch of 24 latents, and then we're going to start looping through those right here. So we're going to say, oh, actually we want to take that new line out of that one. And how is this going to show up in the prompt? So we're going to have that, and then do we want a new line after that or no? Perhaps we could just go, because every time we sample, every time we call sample flux, that's gonna, I mean, there's output from the flux sampler that I can't control, so it's gonna have to go down on new lines. And it almost makes me want to just leave that for the end. I kind of just like, I kind of would prefer to just do inside this loop, just do the last frame of every sequence, and then after we get all of the sequences done, then go back and do all the flux frames. I don't think it really matters in terms of performance, but in terms of like how things are going to look in the like command prompt or terminal output, I think it's going to look a little nicer if we do it that way, which, you know, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but I do like to consider those things. So do we want to go ahead and do all of the frames in the sequence, or do we want to go and do them all at the end? You know, for now I'm just going to leave it right here. We'll just do them all. We can change it later if we want to. But so we have the FlowState FVD sampler, and we're going to say, instead of just sampling, we're going to call this processing frames with flux. And instead of video sequence, this is going to be a frame. Well, what we're going to do is copy that and put this down into right here. Oops, nope, just right there. And we'll cut that. And we'll put this on one line, and we'll get rid of that one and put that on one line. And so a new line there is fine, and then we don't want a new line right there. Video sequence, this is going to be frame. Okay. We're going to have to, I guess we have sequence count, and we do have num frames. Okay, we do have num video frames. So let's do it like that. Let's go ahead and say for so this let's change this to an S. Well, you know what? Let's change it to seek num. A little more explicit. All right, where else did we use the I? Right here. Init frame is the init image if seek num is 0, else sequence images num video frames -1. Right, okay, yeah. Sequence images and the sequence latents. Okay. At -1 will be the last, right? Because these are going to be tensors of, 24 or however many frames in the sequence. Num video frames -1. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. And then we have the init frame, SVD, VAE, and then width height. Num video frames, motion ID, FPS, augmentation level. That looks fine. And then down here, patched model, steps. Yeah, sure. Steps. Yeah, okay, that'll be the SVD steps. I feel like we should be kind of like explicit in labeling in these variable names like SVD steps, SVD seed, instead of, that way we know the difference between the SVD stuff and the Flux stuff. And I actually need to run to the restroom really quickly. I've been drinking this Ghost Sour Apple and the caffeine is getting to me. I'll be right back. Who's say? All right, sorry about that. I need like a BRB screen. That's one thing I was gonna work on today, but I was busy. I want to do some extra things for the stream, like a intro loop, like stream starting soon loop, and a BRB video loop. But I guess, we need to get this done before we can worry about video loops. Will you get out from under my feet, please? Come over here. You're gonna knock over my light. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Did I ever get around to watching The Penguin? No, I didn't. I was, lay down. Thank you, please. I have to tell him like 3 or 4 times every single time I tell him to lay down. Anyways. No, I didn't get around to watching The Penguin. I can't remember what I was watching. I was looking for... but it's good though, because now I have more to watch. Hi, Cad. How's it going? Oh, Cad, we you had something we want to talk about, huh? With your videos. We can jump into that real quick if you want. Let's see, let's go right. I moved it over here, didn't I? Yeah. Right here. Boy, if y'all are in the image chat on Patreon, this chick with the black angel wings or whatever that SP shared, this chick is a smoke show. I don't know what it is about that, like, devious. She looks like she's up to no good, that's for sure. Tibod workflow. All right, I'll check that out later. I wanted to see CAD had something in here. CAD. Yeah. Right. There's 2 videos here that CAD mentioned. Yeah, she's pretty awesome. I just hang and catch up. Oh, hang. You mean like the node is hanging? Let's pull these over here. So this is what Hangout. Oh, okay, yeah. Do you wanna address this or no? We can talk about it offline if you want, or we can look at it now. Whatever you want to do. I would like more frames. Yeah. So yeah, with the standard SVD setup, the model itself, SVD, is not able to generate more. As far as I know, I think the max is 25 frames. So that's the reason why I'm building this node, is because, you know, 25 frames isn't enough for Jack. I mean, you got the film VFI where you can put in some intermediate frames, but still, I mean, even if you have a multiplier of 4, then you get 96 frames, and you could, but it's still not great. Intermediate frames are not really, yeah, 31, you know, right around in there. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, you have in this setup that you have right here, you have your multiplier on the film VFI set to 4. So technically you're getting 24 times 4. You're getting 96 frames total. So based on what you have, yeah, 4090, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the 4090 can handle it, but the model itself is just not capable of generating more frames. I mean, as far as I know, the max is 25. If you can set that to 31, then, you know, maybe that'll work too, but I don't think it'll go much higher than that for sure. Yeah, 64 gigs of RAM is plenty. I mean, my Comfy really doesn't even use system RAM. I have like all the system RAM, and it's just sitting there idle most of the time. So, but yeah, it's not a hardware limitation. It's just the SVD model itself. What, the 4090? Okay, your last 2 first frame segments. 64 RAM is really not a lot these days. My laptop has 64 gigs of RAM. I started this PC with I got 128. Right? Yeah, 128. Yeah. But I'm definitely planning to put a lot more in here. This is just like a starting point. RAM is still kind of expensive on the bigger modules, unfortunately. Like, I have 2 64 gig modules, Kingston, and they were like $250 each. It's crazy. And RAM pricing does not scale linearly. You would think like, okay, I got a 64 gig module, it's $250. I get a 128 gig module, it'll be $500. Nope, not a chance. If you want to get a 128 gig module of RAM, it's going to be like $2 or $3 well, it's going to be like more than 2 times the price. And if you go up higher, it gets even crazier. So there's definitely a hard limit on the amount of RAM you can put in a system right now based on cost alone. Typing is a bummer. Yeah. Sound, it would be nice if we could, yeah, I agree. It would be nice if we could get, a way to do, lunchtime Monday. Yeah, nice, cool. It would be cool if maybe for one of the next streams, I don't know if I'll get to it tomorrow, but sometime soon I'll take a look at setting up. I haven't really messed around with Twitter that much. I know they have those spaces, which is like an audio thing where we can all kind of talk that way. Maybe that would be a solution, or maybe like a Zoom call. I kind of hesitate to say that because I think Zoom has like time limitations or whatever. Spaces might be an option, but I have not tried that at all, so I'm not sure. But yeah, I'll look into setting up some way where we can all talk instead of having to type. Show my other video. Right, the girl disappears. This one or this one? Your other nodes run also with 12 gigs. Yeah, cool, man. On a 3060. Yeah, good. Yeah, no, I hate Discord. I don't even want to try Discord. I know Discord is like what everyone uses. Oh, you're talking about this one with the fireball CAD? I think this is the only 2 that I saw. Unless you are talking about another one. I'm looking in the Patreon here. I see some pictures that you shared, but I don't see any other videos. Yeah, this one. Okay, yeah. Let's play it back. So this is something that happens a lot with stable video diffusion. This blurring. I don't see, do you know, were your settings on that one the same as what you have here? Let's see what we have here. We have XT11, good. Min CFG at 1. Video frames 24, motion buckets on 174. Yeah, trippy. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, especially because she's like, I don't know, obviously some kind of sorceress or whatever with her little fireball there. 12, 0 on the augmentation level, good. Motion bucket ID. And then, so we have the CFG set at 2.4. CAD, if you mess around with this CFG and the min CFG here, you can correct some of that blurring and disappearing. If you set these higher, try to set your min CFG and your CFG both to 4. If you set them both to 4 and then run that same exact thing again, and see what you get with that. Euler, Ancestral, and Cross is probably fine. You could also try on your scheduler. Yeah, the motion bucket is a bit tricky. But so it's kind of a balance between the motion bucket and the CFG. So if you have your CFG up a little higher, then that will kind of stabilize things. That'll keep it from doing too much motion. And then whenever you start adjusting your motion bucket ID, it won't be so erratic. It won't get so, you know, because if your CFG is down really low and you change your motion bucket just a little bit, you get really like wild changes in the motion and the blurring and all that stuff. But if your CFG is up a little higher, adjusting the motion bucket it's not that wild. It's a lot more calm. There's no like real formula that can just be followed with every image. You're gonna have to kind of, with each image you're doing, you're gonna have to balance the CFG and the motion bucket. And you can try the augmentation level, but I never use the augmentation level. There's probably a good use case for it, but I just haven't got around to figuring that out. Yeah, I mean, well, that's one of the points of doing this this FVD node. Obviously, we want to get it to where it's, you know, they're Flux frames, but another part of it is just kind of making things easier to think about in terms of your testing and stuff, so that way you're not like, you know, because figuring out the CFG and the min CFG and the sampler and scheduler, the motion bucket, the augmentation level, and figuring all that stuff out for each image, it's like, you know, it could be simplified. So hopefully we can get the new node interface for the new node can be more simplified, can be easier to think about, so that way people don't have so much trouble getting started with it. But yeah, try your min CFG and your CFG. Try those both at 4, and then play around with the motion bucket and see how your sorceress girl turns out. If you turn that CFG up some, you should get rid of this blurring and disappearing kind of stuff. Okay, so back to the task at hand. So we start here, we load up our SVD model, and then we start going through our sequences here. Right, here's our sequence loop. We're going through that, we generate our latent batch of frames, and then we sample those frames with the K-sampler. All right, and then we get, that comes back to us in a dictionary, we get that out of the dictionary, and then we use the SVD VAE to decode those and produce images. And then now we're going to go through all of the images and run them through Flux and touch them up. So we were doing, so with tensors, you can do a for loop like this. So let's say we have a, image equals torch ones of we'll just say it's like, let's say 10, or we'll say 24, whatever, 24 by 1080 1920 3, right? So let's say we have, well, images. Let's say we have this batch of images right here, and this is, in this example, it's just a tensor of ones, but let's just say it's just a tensor with pixel values in it. And so we have 24 of them, 1920 by 1080, 3 channels RGB, so we have 3 channels in each image, right? And so you can loop through a tensor like this just by saying for frame in images like that. You could just loop through them like that. But in this case, we want our loop index, so we're going to change it just a little. We have sequence SVD images, right? You know, it really doesn't matter, but let's just go ahead and say, because we have passed into our node here, we have this num video frames. So that's the amount of, you know, frames that we're generating for each sequence. So we're going to come here and we're going to say for frame num in range num video frames. And so that'll give us a number that we can use to index into our tensor and grab the right frame out of it. So we have our print statement right here, so we can keep track of which frame we're on. We're going to say this is going to be frame num plus 1 of, not sequence count, but num video frames. Num video frames, right? And then we got to get the frame out of there. So the frame is going to be the sequence SVD images. So we have up here our sequence SVD latents and our sequence SVD images. And so we're going to be looping through the sequence SVD images. So our frame is going to be that at the frame num, comma, all, comma, all, comma, all. So that means at frame number, whatever, all of the pixels in the height, all of the pixels in the width, and all 3 channels. So that's what that means. So that'll just get our full image, right? And then we're gonna pass that over to, so we get a flux latent, and we're gonna call this, actually we're just gonna go flux latent, flux image, flux. We're gonna get rid of that part. All right, so we get a flux latent and a flux image back from sample flux. And we need to also pass in our denoise value. So this is no longer going to be sequence SVD images. This is going to be, we'll just call it SVD image. It's just going to be 1 frame at a time. And we need to pass in our denoise. So we got init image params, SVD image, and I guess we'll say denoise right there. So this is going to be our flux denoise. And I guess we could be a little more explicit about that on our input. We could just say right here we have denoise. Let's call this flux denoise so we know for sure that that's what that is. And we want to change that there. Yeah, okay. Flux denoise. And then we got to pass that into our sample flux method, and then we get our, all right, we have this here. This is just called, I'll get rid of that. I'll call this background music. Is there background music? I didn't even realize there was music playing. Is it too loud? Is it fine? I didn't even realize there was music playing. Oh yeah, shit, it's pretty loud. Is it too loud? Is it fine? My bad, guys. I did not even realize that was going. Lo-fi tunes. Yeah, it's from the FlowState show radio. I just didn't realize it was. Hold on. 1 sec. I just want to stop talking for a sec so we can get rid of this loop. Okay, I think that's a lot better. Is that better on the volume with the radio? Or do you want it louder? Shoot, I didn't even realize, because I turned the desktop audio on earlier to play that clip from that video, and then I forgot to turn it back off. Louder? Alfonso says louder. Baca says louder. All right. Okay, we'll go up a little bit. How about... All right, cool. Try that. How's that sound? There's a little pause in the music, but it should be... Is that good or louder? Yeah, it sounds pretty good to me. All right, cool. We'll stick with that. And this FlowState chill radio, this has been playing for well, my stupid laptop did an update while I was asleep last night, so it stopped for a bit. But basically, it's been playing for like 2 or 3 days now. Well, like 2.5, something like that. And YouTube hasn't flagged it. I mean, obviously, it's all just music from the YouTube library, so I didn't expect it to be flagged. But last time I tried to do that, I had selected music from Pixabay, and there's some good artists on there, and the music is supposedly labeled as either Content ID or not Content ID, and all of the music I chose was supposedly not Content ID music, but I don't know. I don't know if they are able to track that, if people change it or whatever, but YouTube flagged it and took it down, so glad it's actually working this time. Sequence flux latence. We're gonna get rid of. Okay, that's fine. We'll get rid of that. Except for this one. You know what? We'll just call it SVD latence, SVD images. Sounds fine. All right, so SVD latence, SVD images, and then we come down here and we got our list of flux latence and flux images as we go through here. So we're gonna say frame num in range num video frames, and then we're gonna go print that out frame. Yeah, I suppose that's fine. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. We'll check the output later, but it should be fine. We get our frame out of the batch, out of the tensor there. From the SVD images, and then we go and pass that frame with the params and the flux denoise into sample flux, and we get back a flux latent and a flux image, and we append those onto our flux latence and flux images lists. And then after we're done, we cat them all together, and then sequence latence. Okay, and then we append, right. And then we append that concatenated tensor up into the main sequence latence and images list. Okay. So, we have our flux denoise, we have our init image params, and over here in the init image params where we're getting them out right here, obviously the seed, model, and VAE and positive conditioning all looks good. The guidance and the sampling and scheduling algorithms we left. The steps, I think we took that out, right? We deleted that. Steps, yeah, we deleted steps. So we need to decide how many steps we're gonna do. Max shift, base shift, and width and height. I guess we can leave all that in there. It's fine. So the steps, we'll pull this out to right there, because the denoise and the steps, well, we have the denoise, which again is actually going to be called flux denoise. So let's change that, flux denoise. So we can get rid of this value right there. And then we have the VAE encoded. So we're encoding the frame, the SVD image. And we create this dictionary for our, latent batch. It really should be called latent image. It's not a batch of images anymore. So let's call this latent image. Or maybe latent flux image, flux latent image. Let's just leave it like that, it's fine. All right, and then our steps, we'll actually put that like right there, and we'll define it. We could also leave that as a value that someone could change. So let's do that for now. Anyways, we might hard code this in here later, but so for now we'll have flux denoise and flux steps. And then down here on our denoise, we need to make that flux denoise, and then our steps are somewhere right there. This is going to be flux steps. I did change that, right? Flux. Oh, you're right. Yeah, sorry. I was changing the wrong value there. Okay, hold on. Where did our steps go? Steps. It's got to be like right. We have the seed, model, max shift, base shift, height, width, patch model, sampling algorithm, scheduling algorithm. Oh, this is 20 right there. That's what it was. Flux steps. Sorry, I feel like my S's are really harsh right now. Flux and steps and denoise. There's a lot of S sounds in there. All right. And latents and images. Really, that's just one latent and one image. Since we're going frame by frame, just make everything really explicit. So what we want to do is we want to say this is going to be our SVD steps, and then after that we're going to have flux steps, and then that way we can change that without having to change any code. All right. And then let's make sure we have that on our input types. We have our steps. We're going to change that to SVD steps, and we're going to have one that says flux steps. Yep. Okay. That way we can control that from the UI instead of having to change the code. It might be good to hard code that in later, but I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to leave it. Okay. So that's looking pretty good. All of this stuff is still coming from the params. We got the positive conditioning, guidance, sampler, scheduler, all that stuff is right in there. Max shift, base shift, height, width. We do that still, and then yes, sampling algorithm, all that should be good. We got the flux denoise, all that's passed in. Let's make sure we pass our flux steps into, well, first of all, where's our other steps going? We have the right here. This should be the SVD steps. And then we have the flux steps right there. Okay. All right, let's give it a go. Yeah. And I think this way it should be the same as what we had last night, except now we can fine tune things from right here on the UI. So let's go ahead and do a restart right here. Right. Me too. Let's delete that. Get a new one. SVD. Nope. FVD, that's the one. All right, so seed, convert, width, convert, height, convert. We'll keep those. Yeah, I think we're going to get rid of the algorithms as well, but we'll leave it for now. Flux steps, min guidance, flux denoise. Okay, let's leave that. Selected image, num video frames, motion type, yep. FPS, augmentation, sequence count, yep. Okay, all those are going to be widgets as they call them. And then our init image right there. And well, I guess we need to hook up our params, huh? How did those get switched? I don't want those crisscrossed. We'll leave it for this run, but I gotta remember to change that back. The init image needs to go above the FS params. Okay, so we have our checkpoint name. That's going to be xt11. We have Euler, and we're going to go with, say, ddem uniform, SVD steps. On the SVD steps, let's go like 24, and then on the Flux steps, let's go also 24. Min guidance, I think we're going to turn that up to, say, 3, and then guidance we'll leave on 4. Flux denoise, we want to turn that down somewhere. We'll just start at 0.8 and see where that goes. We have selected image. Interesting. That's another thing. I wonder. I wonder how Comfy is going to handle that, because obviously we're going to have multiple images to select from right here, right? So so once I hit the Q button, right, everything over here is going to run, and then we're going to get our Flux images for our initial frames to choose from right here. And then we're going to select one of these and progress it on to SVD or FVD. And at that point, I don't know if we can change, like, for right now we have the selected image set on 1, right? But what if we want image number 2? When it gets to this point, if I select image number 2 and then I change this to 2 and then I progress the selected image, is that going to matter? What I'm wondering is, once I hit the Q button, are all of these values set in stone? Am I going to be able to change this selected image later on? Is Comfy going to even recognize that I changed this? That's kind of whatever. We'll just, for right now, we'll just select image number 1, and I guess we'll find out if we can change it later. But for right now, we'll just go with number 1, whatever that is. Video frames, motion type ID now is called. We'll call it 144. And FPS 12, augmentation 0, sequence count 1. Let's go with that. We have our multiplier over here at 4, and then we have ice cream. Hell yeah. Need to get me some ice cream. I can't have a whole lot of sugar. That'll mess with me. That'll mess me up. Loop count 0. File prefix is going to be FVD. And then, no, we do not want a GIF. That's one thing I didn't realize last night. I'm pretty sure we had this set on GIF instead of MP4. So that's probably another thing that was not helping us. I don't want to save the output. Okay, that's fine. God, this is going to be, I'm going to have to make this bigger. This tiny little thing is not going to, it's got to be at least probably like that. Make it a little skinnier. All right, let's go with it. Okay, so let's check all of our stuff over here again. We got NF4, we got our clips, we got Flux. All right, we have our man walking down the busy sidewalk on a sunny day. What does sequence count? Just a counter sequence count. You're talking about this one right here. Sequence count is how many, so for example, we have SVD is going to produce 24 frames. So let's say if we have that set to 12 frames per second, that's 2 seconds of video. And sequence count is going to let us extend that out. So if we have, instead of just doing 24 frames, we're going to have SVD create the 24 frames. And then after it's done, we're going to take the last frame in that sequence and we're going to send it back through SVD to create another 24 frames. So if we have a video of a man walking down the street, like our prompt says, then, you know, he'll take a few steps in the first 24 frames. And then wherever his foot is on that last frame in that sequence, it'll go back through SVD, and then he'll keep walking in the second sequence. He'll keep walking from that point where it left off at the end of the first sequence. So then we put all those frames together at the end, and you get one video that instead of 24 frames, it's now 48 frames, and instead of 2 seconds, it's now 4 seconds. So it's now a 4-second long video of the man walking down the street in a continuous motion. So there's no break in between the frames. Yeah, exactly, Cad. That's exactly what I was. The whole point of what inspired this was I wanted more frames. I was like, you know, 24, 30 frames, whatever. It's not enough. We need more frames. We need longer videos. So that's what inspired me to do this in the first place. But for now, we're just going to do a sequence count of 1. So it's just going to be the 24 frames. And once we dial this in with the testing and everything, then we'll bump this up to 2, 3, 4, whatever, and we'll see where we can go from there. So we're going to take it one step at a time here, though. So I think we're good. Let's go ahead and run this. Let's take a look at our output over here. Yeah, no worries. So Unified Model Loader is loading up our Flux model, our VAE, our clip model, all that stuff over there on the left. Generating our LLM response. How long would, say, 25 seconds be on your PC? 25 seconds of video? It depends on how many frames per second. The seconds don't really matter. What really matters is the total number of frames we're producing. Because the duration in seconds is really just a matter of how many frames per second do you want, and that's just like a matter of setting it to play at a certain number of frames per second. That doesn't involve any processing. So it's just a matter of how many total frames are there in the sequence. So if we're talking about 24 frames in our first sequence, so obviously Flux is going to run first and produce our initial image. So that's going to be whatever 30 to, in this case, it looks like around 23 seconds to produce those first 2 images. And then just generally smooth vid for 25 seconds. Well, if it's going to be 25 seconds at 12 frames per second, then that would be, how many is that? It's a lot of frames. 25 seconds, right? So if we're doing, let's just call it 24 to make the math easier. If we're doing each sequence 24 frames, 12 frames a second, that's 2 seconds. So times that times 12. So we would have 24 frames times 12 would be, 240 plus 48, right? 240 plus 48 would be 288. So it'd be 288 frames total. And so we're going to be looking at each of the SVD sequences is probably going to be, well, I guess we'll see right here. Looks like roughly 30, 45 seconds maybe. Oh no, it's going to be a little longer. It looks like about 1.5 minutes. Look, let's call it 2 minutes. So 2 minutes to produce each sequence with SVD. And then we got to touch up the frames with Flux. So that's going to be another 20 seconds. Let's call it 20 seconds to make the math easier. 20 seconds times 24 is another 440, right? I think. So that's 440 seconds plus 2 minutes for each sequence. So to recap, if we're doing, let's say, 2 sequences, well, in your example for 25 seconds of video, if we're doing 12 FPS, that would be 12 sequences. And so we got about 2 minutes plus about 400 seconds, whatever that is, divide 60. What's 400 divide 60? Can't math right now. Oh, 6. It's almost 7 minutes. So we're talking about 2. We'll just say 2 plus 7. So about 9 minutes per. I want to make sure I'm saying this right. Yeah, it's a lot of time. Exactly. Yeah, it's local and you have more control over it, and the quality is much better than SVD, and you can have longer sequences instead of just a couple seconds here and there. I mean, even if you use the online stuff like Kling or whatever, you said you messed around with Kling. What's the longest video you've been able to get out of Kling? My guess, I haven't tried it, but my guess is it's probably not more than maybe like 5-10 seconds at the most. Oh, I shouldn't have had so many people in this image. We're going with this one because I just automatically selected one. 10 seconds per generation. Okay. Okay, not bad. I'll have to try Kling out. It does look pretty awesome. So yeah, I have, well, maybe it'll do fine. Anyways, we're going through the Flux loops right now. We're on 5. And actually, let me just double check. I think we have a total time counter right here, right? Because we have, at the beginning, we have this start time. Yeah. So we'll see down here at the very end, we'll see how long it took to generate this 24, this 24 frames. Oh, really? Kling? Huh. Interesting. I would imagine so. It's a pretty complex system from what I see with Kling, because you have that ability to like draw on the screen and direct objects in certain directions and stuff. I would think that probably takes a lot of processing. Yeah, very reliable. Yeah. All right, so we're on. We're doing 24 Flux steps. We might not even need to do that many, probably. We could probably get away with like 15. So many people use Kling. It's server issues. You're right. Yeah, exactly. SVD can handle such long vids smoothly. Well, the reason it can handle them smoothly is because we're not doing one long video. We're doing several short sequences and then we're sticking them together ourselves. So SVD is not really, we're not going out of the range of what SVD can do. SVD is only going to be doing 24 frames at a time, and then we're going to stick all the frames together at the end. Yeah. Because I think the max on SVD is about 25. I'm pretty sure that's what they have in their documentation. You could probably go a few frames more than that, but obviously the results would vary. But I don't want to try to, I mean, I think sticking to a kind of like 24 frames, 12 frames per second kind of thing is a good balance. So we can get 24 frames out of SVD. We don't have to worry about overextending its capabilities. And then we just process the frames with Flux and stick them back together at the end. And then we got our video. Yeah, that would be great. Doing everything locally would be nice. That is what I want to do as well. And especially, I mean, I don't mind using some online tools. Like I use ChatGPT all the time, even though I have llama on my computer. But usually I'm like running Comfy or something, and I don't want to run llama and Comfy at the same time because I want all my processing power to go to Comfy. So I'm using, you know, ChatGPT. I don't have any of the paid versions, but you know, the free version's pretty good. And so yeah, I'm not totally opposed to using online tools, but I don't want to pay for them. That's for sure. I get why they charge for them. They got to pay their employees and stuff, but I don't know. Still, I just don't like paying for software at all. Or movies or music, any digital asset. I'm like, well, why am I paying for this? This is infinitely reproducible. Why would you charge? Yeah, exactly. Especially for like books. I'm like I said, I'm taking classes right now, and there's like textbooks where they'll be like, oh, you can rent this digital textbook for, you know, a semester for a certain amount of money. And I'm like, what do you mean rent? Are you going to like remove it from my computer after, you know, whatever? Like, I mean, I'm sure obviously it has something built into the programming where it just uninstalls itself after a certain amount of days, but it's like, it's a digital asset. It's infinitely reproducible. Why would you how do you rent a digital asset? Like renting a movie on Amazon Prime? That whole concept just blows my mind. I still don't get why people do that. Right, yeah, you can just do it yourself. You know, and again, I do fall back on certain tools because like Plex is a great tool, and you know, it's free. And I had thought about doing something like Plex for a long time before my cousin actually got Plex, and but you know, it would have been a lot of work, and so Plex is there. We'll use that, but there are certain things you need, certain utilities you need that you don't want to have to pay for. Right, yeah. I don't even really use Photoshop, honestly. Between Comfy and Illustrator, that's where it's at. And even then, you don't even need Illustrator. You can just use Inkscape. It's the exact same thing. I just have Illustrator because it comes with the one Adobe thing that I absolutely need is Premiere Pro. And my subscription comes with like all of the other stuff, so I'll just use it, Illustrator and all that. But I used to use Inkscape forever. Same happens with games. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I get you got to pay your people, you know, the game devs and stuff like that. But all right, so I was pretty much right on the money. 9 minutes. 9 minutes and 47 seconds on this one for 24 frames of video. So that'll give you an idea if you want to extend this out. And this is 1024 by 1024 on the resolution. Pixlr for thumbnails, yeah. Or Inkscape. Inkscape is good. Yeah, using Comfy for thumbnails is great, man. Once you can kind of figure out how to do it, make sure you're using the VIT14 clip model so you get the good text. But I've gotten a pretty good process down for the thumbnails. I don't even add text at all to my images anymore. I just get Comfy to generate, or Flux to generate the image with the text already in it that I want. Because it looks better anyways. It looks better if there's no text like overlaid. It looks better if it's actually in the image. And then I just stick my little logo on the bottom left corner and call it good. So let's see what we came up with here. Interesting. Very interesting. It's definitely much better quality than SVD. We got to figure out that motion bucket parameter. 11 seconds. Wow. Oh, because our VFI is on 4. Very interesting. So let's play around with the CFG and the motion bucket, motion type. This is coming out of my group here. All right, so we have these morphing motions. We don't have any blurring, so that's good. Our motion bucket is on 144. Yeah. I feel like I want to start with, let's change our prompt up. Let's get rid of that, so we just do one image instead of two. And let's change our prompt. Instead of a busy sidewalk, let's just say a sidewalk. So it's kind of like, we'll give SVD less targets to animate. Produce useful products for free, but apply to everything. But to apply to everything is absurd. I mean, yeah, you can't make everything free. Products for free, but to apply to everything is absurd. I think I'm interpreting what you're saying correctly there. Okay, so we'll leave this right here where it's at, and we will, I meant produce useful, right? Yeah, I got what you mean. Yeah, I mean, you got to pay the bills, right? So not everything can be free, but there's a balance, you know. It could be, things could be more free than they are now. Especially textbooks. God, I hate paying for textbooks. That's the worst thing in the world. Like, we have scanners, just make it digital. Usually, in my experience in taking classes, always it's like the science, like the math, the physics, chemistry, those types of professors, they always give you some kind of like PDF, or they provide a textbook, or like they assign you some kind of textbook that you can get online for free or whatever. They always do it in a really smart way. And then you take these stupid like English 101 or some kind of humanities class or something, and they assign you a textbook that's completely useless that you're going to throw away right after the semester, and it costs you like $150, and it's ridiculous. I wish I could just take all STEM classes. I'm almost done with the dumb classes though. No, I get what you're saying in terms of digital reproduction. I'm just saying, like, okay, you have a cost, right? You have a team of engineers building your digital product, right? And you gotta recoup that cost, whatever your infrastructure, your overhead, your running, your utilities, your salaries. You gotta recoup all that. But then after that, textbooks are stupidly expensive. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, my last class, this session just finished up. They assigned me a book from 1977, and it was on Amazon for like $30. I was like, what? $30 for a book from 1977? That's crazy. So anyways, I'm almost done with those classes though. I got one more semester of just like stupid humanities types classes, and then the rest are just going to be upper level physics classes. So excited for that. Obviously it's going to be more work, but I got this next semester of just full easy classes, and I can keep focusing on YouTube pretty much full time, and not have to devote too much time to classes in the meantime. And then after that, I'll have to buckle down. Hopefully YouTube will be taken off by then. What's up, Bird? I don't know how many classes left. I think it's maybe roughly 10 to 15 classes. I would have to count. But so I did an associate degree in 2020, and I went ahead and knocked out like a lot of calculus and chemistry and upper level math classes and physics and all that stuff. So I got a lot of stuff out of the way already. So I mean, it's like roughly roughly half of the classes that you would take for a typical physics degree. I've already got like half of them out of the way, essentially. So I think probably a year and a half, 2 years, I'll be finishing up with that. Hopefully. All right, so let's play around with our guidance and I think our denoise is fine. Let's play around with our motion bucket and our guidance, right? So we have our min guidance at 3 and our guidance at 4. Let's just, for now, let's just try to change one thing at a time here. Let's go with our motion bucket. Let's try to do something like just crazy different, like 204. And flux steps and SVD steps, we have those both on 24. I think that's okay. We were doing about 17 seconds per frame there. And then the SVD to do the first took about a minute and almost 2 minutes for 24 steps. Okay. All right, I think we'll stick with that. Make sure to hit the thumbs up. Yes, please do. Thank you, Bird. Thank you for that reminder. Let's see here. User warning, using padding same with even kernel lengths and odd dilation may require a 0 padded copy of the input to be created. We need to ignore that warning. Let's see here. User warning. Use padding same. Select a book and assign it. Yeah, exactly. I definitely don't blame the teachers. They don't have any control over that stuff. It's all administrative stuff. Yeah. Cool, man. That's cool. Return. I told them to return them as everything was available online. Yeah. That's a good workaround. Yeah. That's pretty cool, man. That's the way to go. Especially with students. I mean, like they're students. They're probably not making much money as it is. Why charge them $150 for a book? And what, you're taking 2 or 3 classes a semester, 4 classes a semester? That's like, that's like $600 worth of books right there. It's crazy. Tuition is already ridiculous. It's a racket. I mean, everybody's got to make their money somehow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's the same thing with insurance, financial aid is the same thing. There's just all these systems in place. Like I saw a clip earlier of some pharmacist, and he was talking about, I think it was like on Joe Rogan or something, which I don't really watch Joe Rogan, but I saw the clip. The pharmacist was talking about, he gave an example of some lady comes in and orders metformin. He said he pays $2 for metformin. He would charge her $4. But as soon as she says she has insurance, then he's bound by this clause that he can't say a thing about his cost. Right, yeah. Anyways, but that's the idea. It's the same thing with financial aid. It's the same thing with insurance. It's the same thing with all these systems. There's automatic systems in place, and it's like, oh, this thing is going to pay for it, so whatever. Nobody thinks about it. So financial aid is going to cover it. Who cares what it costs, right? All right, so let's try to ignore this warning here. User warning, use padding same, even with even kernel lengths. Let's just copy this like right there. And we'll go back over to here and we'll put this on one of our filters here. Ignore user warning category. Oh, I could probably just do that. Message, cleanup tokenization. Let's do that. User warning. And we'll just comment that right there. Save it for later. All right, so there we go. Now, this took 9 minutes. I would like to make this faster. So let's leave our settings the same, but perhaps let's change this down to say 512. Okay. That'll speed things up for testing. It's really not good to have a slow testing loop. So we'll leave everything else the same, except we changed our motion ID to 204, and let's go. Let's go with that. So, breathtakingly vivid 4K photograph, warm, idyllic summer afternoon, man strolling casually down a sun-drenched sidewalk surrounded by... Okay, yeah, that should be easier for SVD to handle. Just a couple of subjects here to animate. Okay, much faster. That's good. Last time this part took 1:45-ish. And now we are looking at, wow, that's a lot faster. 22 seconds, not bad. So there's our 24 frames. Now we're going to go through one by one with Flux and touch them up. And super fast, 5 seconds, very cool. Wow, just going from 1024 down to 512. This is like crazy fast. Yeah, I expected like roughly half as fast or half as slow, half as 2 times the speed, but this is even faster than that. I'm all out of tea. I don't want another energy drink. But I don't want to go make tea right now, so... might have to make some Tang. 12 of 24. Just imagine whenever we're doing 1080 video. 1080 usually takes me about 40 to 50 seconds with Flux. So that would be 40 to 50 seconds times 24 frames times however many sequences you have. It'd take a minute, that's for sure. 18, 19. Okay, requested to load Flux. I guess the let's do it like this. Let's put that. Oh shoot! Put that right there. I'll go right like there. That way it's not covered by the chat. Okay, so we got 2 minutes 51 seconds as opposed to 9, whatever it was last time. Wow, okay. Alright, well, let's turn our CFG up a little bit. Let's go min 4, and we'll put that on 6. And motion bucket... Let's just see what happens if we leave it right there. I can't remember that one example that I had in the last SVD video that I did. It was such a good example. It would be a good place to start. I don't think I have that image anymore though. Streams. Flux have a hard time refining 512 frames? I don't think so. I think this is all just SVD. SDXL, for example, can't do much below 1024. See you, CAD. Yeah, I don't know. I don't typically have a problem doing 512 with Flux. I think the motion, it's just a matter of dialing in SVD. Once we get SVD dialed in, Flux will be fine. Let me look and see if I have that other image from that last video. So that would have been right in here, I think. Assets, images. We have the thumb assets right there. Examples. Nope, it's not in there. Footage, captures, cuts, digital footage. Output, maybe. Videos. We have that video, but shorts. Yeah, I don't think I have the image anymore, unfortunately. Unified sampler, FlowState nodes. I don't think it's in here. Images. Thumb assets. Examples. Nope. Not in there either. Okay, well. I would like to recreate that example. Interesting. Okay. That's fine. We'll go with what we got. Okay, so the thing to do now is I just want to check real quick. Oh God. Oh, YCSP, cool, man. Okay, whatever. My stupid computer. All right, that's fine. So, let us... Now we can mess around with this motion bucket. Let's go with 104. Cue that up. At least all the logical stuff is taken care of, and now it's just like tweaking settings. This is the easy part. Matter of fact, I could grab a skinny little, thing if I wanted to. It doesn't really take much concentration for this part of the process. I don't have one rolled right now though. Right, exactly. Gotta roll one up. Man, Cat must have had a long lunch break, huh? He jumped in here. I don't remember when he jumped in here, but it's been like, I guess maybe an hour or so. We need to get to the point where we're all just doing like YouTube and AI stuff full time, and then we don't have to worry about, lunch breaks and that kind of stuff. We can all just kind of chill here in the chat and share our, brainstorm together. All right, can you stop? That's enough. Thank you. Yeah, maybe. If he's got a skinny jointer. Hello, cows. How's it going? We're doing all right, man. We're cooking on this FVD thing. Just tweaking some settings now, dialing it in. "24 of 24. Oh, we're off by one. Oh, I see. Yeah, we need to put a new line. Our new line is in the wrong spot, so it looks like that frame is associated with that loading bar, but it's really with the next loading bar. Yeah, we got to put a new line in front of that print statement and not behind it. Yes, sir. We are rolling up skinny jointies. Yep, a really skinny one. That's all it takes. Great, finally made it to your live stuff. So what the agenda? Sorry, I know, really late. No worries, man. You're all good. We are just chilling here. We got the node is essentially done. So this is the node right here. We might tweak it a little bit from here, but mostly right now we're just kind of tweaking the settings on the node to get the best output that we can get. So as you see right now, we're getting this kind of morphing motion. And obviously we don't want that. We want our man to walk down the street. And so we're playing around with our CFG, which I've labeled guidance instead of CFG just because guidance is a little more. I hate how they have it to where on Stable Diffusion things, on Stable Diffusion related nodes, they label it CFG, but on Flux related nodes, they label it guidance. And it's like, just name it the same thing on both, you know? So on my nodes, I just have it, it's just called guidance, but that's the same thing as CFG if you're running Stable Diffusion on that sampler. And same thing here, it's just called guidance. Anyways, that's a little bit of a tangent, but so we're just playing around with the guidance and playing around with the motion type. And until we find a good combination that will give us the output that we want. But the logic of the node is already done. And so if you want to kind of take a look at how that works, we have, this is our node right here, the FVD sampler, right? And whenever you press the Q button, this method right here, this sample function, this is what gets called. And what it does is it takes in all of your settings that you put in on the node, and it takes your initial image, of course, it takes your initial image, and it takes your height and width and all that stuff, all these settings, and then it's getting these parameters also from the sampler. So whatever image we generate with Flux right here as our initial image to start off our sequence, we have all of the parameters associated with it whenever we generated that get sent over here as well. So we have the initial image, we have the parameters that generated the initial image, and then we have all of our settings here on the FVD, and that gets passed into the sample method, and then we load up our stable video diffusion model, and then we start producing some number of sequences with this loop. And basically what we do is we use, right here, we're using SVD to generate a sequence of, say, like 24 frames. And then right here we have this inner loop that loops over those frames and sends them back through Flux to make them look nicer. And then right here we put all of those frames, we stick them all together, and then we put that that batch up into this list, these lists up here outside of the loop. And then we go on to the next sequence and we use SVD again, and then we pass them all through Flux again, and, you know, keep going. And then once we're done with all of our sequences, these two lists that hold all of the batches of frames for each sequence at the end, we stick them all together right here. And then that's what we output. So we return that right here. So that's the output of this node, a batch of latents and a batch of images. And then of course that's going through the film VFI and then gets stitched together in this video combine. So that's how the node works. And so the logic is done. And as of now, we're just tweaking all of these settings until we get the video output we want, which is something you have to do with SVD, whether you're using this or whether you're using the traditional SVD setup. For each image that you're trying to generate a video from, you kind of have to play around with SVD until you get the right motion you want in your sequence. So that's all we're doing. We got the node finished. We're just kind of tweaking the settings and figuring out what works best. And once we kind of narrow it down and figure out what the what type of settings produce the right motion we want to see, then we'll actually update this node a little bit to have like a drop down menu with some presets. So that way, whenever you guys are using this node, you don't have to like figure out the guidance and the motion bucket and all that stuff. You can just select the number of frames, the frames per second, and then pick a preset for the rest of the settings, and then SVD will be dialed in the way it should be. So that's kind of the process of what we're doing right now. He says, cool. So what is the size of the batch looped, meaning frame batch? Let me interpret this here. What is the size of the batch looped, meaning frame batch? You might have to clarify. I'm not sure if I know exactly what you're trying to get at here. Maybe this, you can go ahead and let me know, but while you're typing, this might answer your question. So SVD, Stable Video Diffusion, is really only capable, I think their documentation says, generating up to 25 frames of video. I'm pretty sure that's what they have on their documentation. And you could probably stretch that out a little bit, but we're just staying within that limit. So we're doing a sequence of 24 frames, and you could choose, however many frames per second you want with that. But overall, we have a sequence that has 24 frames in it. And then at the end of that sequence, we take the last frame and then we send it back through SVD to generate another 24 frames. And then so each sequence is a batch of 24 frames. And then we can get however many of those we want, and then batch them all up into one comprehensive batch that holds all of the frames. So when SVD creates the frames that are sent to Flux again, okay, so 24 frames, right? So SVD will create the 24 frames, and then they all go back through Flux individually. We tried last night sending all 24 through Flux at once, and it clogged up my VRAM, and I'm using a 4090, so probably best to go frame by frame. The best results, well, the results ultimately depend on SVD, really. It depends on what type of motion it can generate. Because again, Flux, the only thing Flux is doing is touching up the frames. So whatever batch of 24 frames, yeah, frame by frame is the way, whatever batch of 24 frames that SVD comes up with, Flux has no power to alter the content of the frame. I mean, like if going from, like in our example right here, from one frame to the next, let me open this in a new tab. So we have our guy here. Let's zoom in. And so for right here, let's just pick a point where I guess it really doesn't matter. Really, at any point in this, any of this morphing that's going on, this is all controlled by SVD. So Flux would not have any, like for example, where his leg is right here from one frame to the next, Flux can't change that. The only thing Flux can do is make it look nicer. So we're really just tweaking SVD to make sure the motion that it produces from like this frame to the next frame gets his leg forward to where it needs to go. And once SVD is doing that, then Flux will be able to take care of the rest and make it look really nice. But that's just a matter of tweaking the SVD settings, the guidance, and the guidance and the motion ID, motion bucket ID, which I still don't like the name of, but whatever. Oh God. Zoomed way in here. Yeah. After rife or film with extra interpolated frames, those are sent just to fix the images. Yeah, I get that. I'm wondering how morphy it will be in the end. Well, it's hard to say. Sometimes I've had examples with SVD where I can dial it in pretty well and there's very little blurring or morphing going on. So SVD will do a good job, but you have to play around with it to get there. Unfortunately, there's not like a hard and fast like set it to these setting. I mean, who knows? Maybe we play around with it some more and we find a certain little group of settings that consistently works from image to image. But I haven't found that yet, or at least I haven't memorized them yet. So hopefully we'll find that. But until then, it's just a matter of playing around with it. But I have had examples where there is very little morphing and very little blurring, and it's just smooth video. So it can do it. It's just a matter of finding the settings. Let's see here. But after rife or film with extra interpolated frames, if those are sent to just fix the images, you mean after film VFI go back through Flux? Is that what you're saying, Cal? Yeah. I mean, it's a possibility. We would have to create another node to do that. Because with my nodes, this film VFI node is from this frame interpolation package, and it's not part of Comfy Core as far as I know, right? VFI. Film VFI, yeah, this frame interpolation package, that's not part of Comfy Core. So for my nodes, I'm not importing anything custom. So the only thing that I'm using in my nodes is stuff from Comfy Core. That way, whenever somebody goes to install my nodes, there's no like dependency issues or anything like that. Because what if somebody goes to install my node and they don't have film VFI installed? I mean, I can put in the documentation, okay, you must install film VFI for this node to work, but I'd rather just build on top of Comfy Core, and that way everybody can just install it and it'll work, and if they want the film VFI, they can add that themselves or whatever. Yeah. But you could, all you'd have to do really is just push this over to the side, put you another sampler right here, and send these images back through a sampler if you wanted to send them back through Flux. I don't think it'll really be necessary, especially if your multiplier's pretty low. I think this thing is pretty capable of the intermediate frames. I don't think are an issue in terms of quality. I think it's mostly, oh, my frame rate is on 8. It should be on 12. I think the issue is mostly with the SVD frames. So we gotta figure out the right motion in the SVD frames, and then after that, the rest will be good to go. So yeah, we changed this to 104, right? Let me just check the output over here. If we're looking up here. We're not even printing that. We should probably print that. Because I don't remember now if we ran it again after I changed that or... shoot. 512, 512, 24. Did we run this again after I changed that to 104? Does anybody remember? SVD. Yeah, I need to print out those parameters so we can make sure. Yeah. All right, let's just run it again. I was thinking more to move your node between the interpolated video to combine. Yeah, like move this one in between here and the video combine. Yeah, I mean, we would have to... It has to be done on this side of the video combined because we have to, or of the film VFI, because we got to produce the frames first. There's nothing for, until we produce the frames, the 24 frames or whatever, there's nothing for film VFI to work with. So we got to produce those frames first, and then we could go through it again or something. But either way, it would require another node, whether that's another sampler or whether it's just another instance of this one or something like that. But yeah, I mean, that's an option. We can explore that if we need to at a later point. You think we're crushing Kling with this? Not quite. No, I don't think so. Yeah, that's yeah, I have that same problem too. I'm just like, what if we do this? What if we do that? What if we do this? Too many ideas. Gotta narrow down. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be crushing Kling anytime soon. Not with this or anything else that we come up with. That's just a totally different level. Consumer grade versus enterprise grade is just not. It's just not possible. Too many computations have to be done. You would need a massive cluster. Again, though, it'd be really nice if we could just build our own cluster collectively, and then everyone who chipped in on it gets access. Then we could rival Kling, but we would have to build something pretty gnarly. I mean, it'll definitely give any consumer grade option a run for its money. That's for sure. It'll be the best thing outside of enterprise grade. That's for sure. Just got to get it dialed in. All right, so I don't remember if we ran this once I changed this to 104, so I guess we'll just try it. Yeah, exactly. Yep. If we could get a group of, I mean, we'd have to come up with a cost, but say like 30 grand or something like that. If we could get a group of people together to come up with 30 grand, we could build a cluster that would do really, really well. GoFundMe, but constantly live and in service of GPU. Yeah, exactly. Some type of GoFundMe or something, and then we could all pitch in, and one of us or a group of us could build it, and then just give everybody else a remote access. That would be nice. Like Plex, man. My cousin, he's got Plex, and no more need for Netflix or Amazon or anything like that. He just hosts that on his computer, and we all have access to it. Everybody in the family, a couple friends. And that way we can watch all our movies and shows and everything right off of his machine. That's the way to go. Community-based solutions is much better than having to rely on Netflix and Amazon Prime and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm sure we could get to the point where we could do the funding. I just have to get the group together, and we'll get there. Yeah, I'll definitely chip in too, especially once that YouTube money starts coming in. Might as well spend it on something. I mean, that's my whole philosophy. Like, I'm super minimalist. Like, my clothes, everything just comes from like Walmart or thrift store or whatever. Like, I on things that don't matter, the only thing that I actually overspend on is food. Well, I mean, people don't have that type of entrepreneurial mindset, you know. It's not something that a lot of people have. Most people stumble across money and they're just like, oh, let me have a good life now. It's very few people in the world who would be like, oh, I have money, now let me build a physics lab or a computer cluster. Like, not many people are doing that. But that's my philosophy. Like, on clothes and, you know, anything that's just whatever, like, I just spend the bare minimum. I have one plate. I've eaten off the same plate for like months now. I just like take it, wash it, reuse it. Like, I don't care at all. But I overspend on food. I'll buy the best quality, organic, you know, regeneratively raised food, and for myself and for the dog. And then the rest of my money goes to, you know, whatever types of projects I want to work on, you know, like physics, engineering type projects, anything I need to support the YouTube channel, that kind of stuff. So yeah, exactly. It's just about being smart with your money, right? Instead of using money on like lifestyle expenditures, use it to, you know, use money to make money. Or use money to fund science. I think that's probably the best use of money. Fund and intellectual endeavors. Imagine if every rich influencer... Right, exactly, yeah. But, I mean, that's never going to be the way it is. You think about the Hawk Tuah girl. The Hawk Tuah girl has a freaking reality show or a talk show or something now. It's like, that's what the world pays for. The world funds Hawk Tuah girls. Crazy. Crazy that girl is rich and we're all not. Blows my mind. All right, so looks like pretty similar. Let's go to 444. How about that? Run that. Yeah, generational wealth is key, man. I don't have any kids, but yeah, if I ever do, that'll be the goal as well. Yeah, so it's just a matter of doing runs now. Do runs, tweak something, do a run, tweak something, do a run. Right now I want to just focus on this motion ID thing and keep everything else constant. That way we can kind of get an idea of what this motion ID is doing. And then from there we can tweak the other settings. Nah, it definitely doesn't. I mean, you could do a substantial computer cluster for the price of like a Camry. You know, $20,000-$30,000 would be, I'll call it $30,000 would be a pretty solid cluster. Especially if you don't do any of the like RGB and aesthetic type stuff and you just spend all the money on performance, you could do something pretty good for 30 grand. I mean, I have a friend who is at the University of UT Austin. He's a professor there. And he just had recently, he had he got some funding for some project they're working on, and he ordered a new computer for the lab. And I think they spent like 25 grand on it. And they're running all of their physics simulations and stuff on it. So, you know, it doesn't take a lot of money to do pretty good science. And, you know, a lot of students, grad students and stuff in his lab, use that computer. So it's capable of hosting, you know, multiple people's work and projects and running everyone's simulations. So. Okay, 2 minutes, 50 seconds. I like that. All right, film VFI. So we still got the guidance at 4 and 6. And it's pretty much the same results. Okay. And our guidance here is just to make sure. Now the min guidance and the min guidance goes to there, and then the guidance goes to there. And then whenever we go into sample flux, we have our guider, patch model, guidance. This guidance is coming from Flux. Okay, that's fine. All right, just wanted to make sure we're separating out our guidance values. Bet these AI art sites think Diffusion are so rich because they barely need compute power. Yeah, it's a very good return on investment for sure. Anything you can do that's cloud-based is a solid return on investment. Okay, so let's try turning up our guidance. I don't see much difference in this motion bucket thing. Let's just try it. Let's try it at 0. What does that do? Okay, maybe not. Let's try it at 1. Hi. What? Okay, you need to chill. Come here. All right, go lay down. We could try more of like a landscape orientation as well. I think SVD is, what is SVD trained at? Hmm. 576 by 1024. Yeah, we could try that. All right, can you stop? KM. Okay, cool. Okay, what do we got? Yeah, so I'm not noticing really any difference at all in this Cog Video 3B and 5B. Yep, I tried out one of them. I think 5B, I can't remember. Matter of fact, it's probably in here somewhere. I thought I had it in here. Oh, yeah. I deleted all the, I deleted the custom nodes, but, yeah, it just took forever, and the video is, 720 by 480, so it's like, you know, what's the point? I mean, I feel like, you know, once we get this FVD dialed in, I mean, it's already doing pretty good. Obviously, we need to work on the motion, but other than that, the performance is pretty not bad already. So, all right. So I'm not noticing much going on here with this motion ID thing. So, what if we try? Let's try another one. Let's try. We said we can go up to 1024 with this. 1023. Let's try 1023. Go from one end of the scale to the other. Man, I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna roll one up. Just a skinny little thing. Baka's on the same page. I mean, you might as well while you're just doing this stuff. Whenever I'm writing, like last night's stream when we're working on the actual logic of the code, I don't like to because it just takes longer, got to keep track of everything that's going on. But yeah. But at this point where we're just kind of tweaking settings and doing a run, tweak something, do a run, tweak something, this kind of mode, might as well pass the time. Skinny little Splunky. Never heard that word, but yes, a skinny one indeed. Just a touch. Alright. Alright, what's this end of the scale do? That's wild. It's like not having any effect at all. Yeah, I mean, you got to really. There's I don't know, you guys heard of Andrej Karpathy? He used to be at Tesla. I can't remember what he's doing now. I think he's working at some kind of like educational startup, AI-based education startup. But he used to be head of AI at Tesla, and before that, he was over at Stanford. No, the seed is the same. I'm using the same seed everywhere. But anyways, Karpathy, I always admired him because he wrote, I think it was ImageNet. I think his kind of like break into the AI scene was ImageNet. It's been a long time since I've looked into that, but I'm pretty sure he was either the person or one of the people who created ImageNet, and it's like 10 million images or something in the data set. And, you know, they had to sit down and like go through those one by one and crop and label and all that stuff, to build that data set. And I remember seeing an interview with him talking about that, where he just like weeks and weeks and weeks of just like every day, all day going through and just hand labeling images. And I was like, you know what? Not a lot of people have that tenacity. Not a lot of people can power through something like that. So, but that's what you got to do. You got to brute force it. You got to get through it. So, just part of the game. Let's turn Flux denoise down just to make sure it's not interfering too much. Let's run that same thing again. It shouldn't be, but we'll turn it down. Just to check. Curious AF. Yep, we all are. That's why we're here. I think that's enough for a skinny splunky, as Baka would say. Splunky doinker. Just a skinny twig, yep. Luckily, that's all I need. Not trying to splurge on the extras right now. So, pretty low tolerance. It's definitely not like it was in my Seattle days. Nah, the air conditioning is off. That's my GPU. How loud is it? Can you hear it? Let me see if I can hear it. Nah, I gotta go outside for that, man. I can't be doing that inside. If it was my house, I would, but it's not my place. Oh, the music's gone? I can't hear anything. I can't even hear the stream. Can't even hear it, bruh. Oh, here we go. Alright. Alright. I can hear the stream now. I can hear the music. You guys can't hear the music or no? It's not super loud. On X, there is a tweet. If you call that for some new development. In a few hours from now, or for comfy. On X, there is a tweet. If you call that for some new development update. You might have to clarify, Cal. I'm not 100% sure what you're saying there. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Maybe Flux was interfering a little bit. Okay. So now that we have the denoise turned down, let's try that. You guys can hear the music now, right? Yeah, almost no morph, yeah. I think we might have had the Flux denoise a little too high. Yeah, we just need him to walk now. You see how SVD is kind of doing that panning shot from right to left. SVD really likes to do the panning shots. Panning shots and zooming shots, rotating shots. That's like SVD's bread and butter. Yeah, that song is Diella. That's one of the ones I usually use in my videos. She's pretty good. Nice chill music. Yeah, best one so far. Yeah, I think the Flux denoise was up a little too high. Should have thought about that sooner, but you know. That's how it goes. You test and test and test, and then you'll be like, oh, there's this one little variable I should have changed like 30 iterations ago. Science. And that's how we do a science. Okay. You can see it's got, if I turn the waveform off for a sec. I don't know if you guys can see this, but in the bottom corner here, bottom left corner, it's actually counting up those frames. That's cool. It's kind of like automatically keeping track of it in the little progress bar there. Still kind of a panning shot. We need you to walk, bro. Why don't you want to walk? All right, well, I feel like this motion ID has to do something. Huh. Yeah. He's stuck like glue. Let's try it right there. Do. "18 of 24. Okay. Well, in this particular situation, it does not look like the motion bucket is really doing much at all. So, let's turn our guidance back down a bit. Let's go with min guidance on 1, and we'll keep the other guidance on 6. Yeah, it's hard to, you gotta find the right combination of settings to get SVD to do something that isn't just panning or rotating. I want something more useful than just a panning or rotating shot. honestly, I'm at the point where I just kind of want to create my own like model. But I don't really have the time to do that right now. But it would be cool. SVD replacement. Yeah. Yep. That's the thing with software, man. People ask me like, what's it like to write code or whatever. I'm like, well, you will sit there for hours and hours and hours, tearing your hair out, frustrated over problems, and after like 5 or 6 hours, you'll get some really cool result, and you'll be really happy about it, and then you'll do it again for another 5 or 6 hours. And you know, it's basically like a lot of hours of work for just like a tiny little burst of dopamine. And then you keep repeating that over and over. But eventually, after enough of those cycles, you eventually get to a product that is stable and usable and very useful going forward. And then you can just build on top of that. Yep, exactly. Error, 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 and then you get something good. And then eventually you turn that something that's good into something that's really great. So it's a tough process for people to sit through, I understand. It took me a while to build up the mental stamina to be able to do that. I mean, I've always had a kind of a natural orientation towards fixation. So like whenever I get onto a problem, no matter whether it's software or whatever. Oh wow. I expected there to be more motion. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's try this on 4. Okay. But yeah, so I've kind of have this natural inclination towards fixation. I remember whenever I was, I don't know, 13-ish or something, I had gotten a spare Xbox, the original Xbox. I had one that my grandma got me for Christmas, and then I had gotten another one that, I don't know, a friend gave me or something. I can't remember, but so I was like, okay, let's experiment with this thing. Can I swap the hard drives? Can I put the hard drive from one into the other? Can I put the hard drive from my computer into this and vice versa? And so I was just doing some experimenting and figuring things out. And I was sitting at the couch in the living room and had a bunch of my, you know, everything torn apart over the coffee table, and all parts everywhere, tools everywhere. And I can't remember what I was doing specifically, but there was some like problem I was trying to address. And I was like getting frustrated with it, and my dad was like, just walk away from it, you know, come back later. And sometimes that's good advice, but I was like, no, I will finish this. I am not stopping until this is done. So I kind of have this natural inclination to just sit through the most terrible conditions and, you know, longest wait times I have to until it's done. Power through. No, I've had some, like one of my last videos I did, there was an example where I was showing somebody walking down the street or down the sidewalk, and he was doing all right. let's see here. I'll pull this video up real quick. It was, yeah, it was this one right here. So here's what we got. So you can see we got this guy. I wanted to get this image. So you can see he's walking down the street. That was before I added in the Flux, so it was just SVD. So SVD does have the capability to make somebody walk. It doesn't like to. It likes to do those, you know, just panning left to right shots. That's what it really defaults to doing, but it can make people walk. And I don't remember actually. Can I see in here? All right. Oh, cool. Okay. So here we go. We had 24 steps. Guidance is 4. Euler dedim uniform. Denoise. So that's on 4 and 4. And then motion bucket was 204. Guess we can try that. 4, 4, and so this was 4, 4, and 204. 24 frames. 24 steps, 24 frames, 12 frames per second. Right, exactly. 204, 4. Denoise is 1. Okay. And yeah, okay. Let's just leave that there. Back to the Future. Yep. Alright, so 24 SVD steps, 24 Flux steps. Min guidance. As a matter of fact, let's turn our Flux steps down. Let's go with, like, say, 18. 16. We'll keep that 4, 4, and Flux denoise is pretty low. We could maybe try going lower. I'll just keep it where it's at for now. Frames 24. Okay, let's give that a shot. I really wish I still had that image from that video. SVD did all right with that. We might need to change the prompt to make the initial image more close up on the subject. That way there's less surroundings for SVD to deal with. Because, so right here we have this guy, he's kind of far away, as opposed to this example. He's pretty close up on the guy. So maybe having an initial image where the subject he's a bigger part of the frame. Maybe that's more clear for SVD to understand that, okay, this is the subject I want to be animating. That's just a hypothesis, but it's worth a shot. Yeah, it'll be really cool when we get some good results though. Yep, that's the good part. You know, you sit here for hours and hours and days and doing this stuff right here, and then you finally go and make your YouTube video and it's like showing it off to the world, and you're like, everybody's like, "Oh wow, that's awesome." It's like, well, it wasn't until just a couple hours ago. It was shit for days, and then now it's awesome. Okay. Well, let's give that a shot. Let's see what we say over here. Let's go. Realistic close up photo. Let's turn our flux denoise way down just to make sure it's not interfering at all. Oh, what was our image? Okay. Hopefully that's a lot easier for SVD to deal with. That's a cool picture, actually. Especially for a 512. Yeah. Not bad. We could also try doing like a more landscape, yeah, I'll be streaming every day, at least until this is done. So I'm not doing anything else other than this and class work. Right, yeah, less people for fewer subjects for SVD to try to animate. Cool, yeah. That's the goal, man. We're all learning. We're all trying to figure this stuff out, turn it into something useful, and hopefully make some money. Might as well ride that AI wave. Ah, okay. All right, so he's taking some steps. Cool, a little bit of blurring. All right, so now that we have this result, I like that little sun ray coming in too. Check this out. Look at that. Is that in our initial image? No. That's pretty good for SVD. Look, it put in its own little sun ray coming through. That's not in the original Flux image. That's from SVD. That's pretty cool. Nice. I like that. All right, cool. All right. So we're making some progress. All right, so we got min guidance for our other guidance at 4. Now let's leave everything the same. Yo, exactly. Let's turn Flux denoise back up a little bit so we get a little bit more of Flux touching up the frames and see what that does. Yeah, that's the dopamine. That's that little hit of dopamine. Feels good. I like how if you have a loop in your code that this little RG3 bar just tracks what loop you're on there. That's pretty cool. That might be pretty small for you guys. I have the settings turned way down. There we go. A little bit taller there. So hopefully Flux will get rid of that blurring. That's the goal. Definitely helped. Interesting. Okay. So let's turn Flux back down and just work on SVD for the moment. So we have this motion ID at 204. What should we try? Should we try turning that? I think we'll leave that right there. Let's try... What if we turn the min guidance down to 3? That motion is so nice. Right, exactly. Yeah. Once we get the once we touch this up a little bit and get rid of the blurring, then I'm gonna bump up that sequence count and get him to walk further down the street. And we're doing about, what was it, like 2 minutes? Something like that. 2 minutes for that whole sequence. So if I just extend this out, we're talking about, let's say we bump this up to 5 on the sequence count, then that's 10 minutes for however many seconds of video that is. Yeah, fewer subjects for SVD to focus on is definitely helpful. Right, exactly, yeah. Free is the way to go. Free is the key. If bird is the word, then free is the key. Is bird still in here? Okay. All right. Let's turn the min guidance back to 2. Or down to 2. I'm going to run outside and take the pup out real quick, and I will be right back, you guys. Yes, outside. I'm talking about you. Yes. Go ahead. Splunky. Yes. That's another thing to do outside. I'll be right back though, real quick. little chilly outside, y'all. Yo, the gin looks so good. Yeah, that's a lot better. Okay, so min CFG down a little bit. Got less blurring. I'm gonna need another energy drink, unfortunately. You know what? Oh wait. I'm gonna get I really like that sun glare at the end. I'm gonna get back up and make some tang in just a minute, guys, but for right now I want to start another run or two. Really? I would think Ling would be better than this. I think once we turn it up to 1024 as well, it's gonna get better. Huh. Interesting. Well, it's good. At least we can keep up somewhat, you know. I'm sure there are plenty of ways where Kling would crush us, and then there's probably a few ways where we can at least get in there and do as good as Kling or pretty close. All right, so let's try now moving this down to 1. One little control variable at a time. And I am gonna grab some tang right now while that's running. I will be right back. All right. Honestly, that looks even better. Very nice. Okay. So the way that I understand the min guidance and the guidance, I'm pretty sure I asked our friend about this recently. So let's see here. Yeah, it's pretty good. Let's open a new tab. Thanks, man. That one's pretty good. I do like that one. A little bit of blurring on the foot still, but not bad. I mean, that could be like in a commercial or something, right? And that's free. I'm not like super knowledgeable about like, you know, selling digital assets like that, because obviously I'm more of like a free kind of person when it comes to that, but I'm pretty sure you could sell something like this. Some marketing firm or something would probably buy it. So this is at 512 by 512, so blown up, it's not gonna be the same, but still. So let's try that. Let's pull it, let's turn it back up to I want to save this actually. Let me save this one. I guess I'll just put it in the stream folder. I mean, yeah, it's possible. I think about it. It would have to be, if I was going to do that, it would have to be like a very insignificant amount of money. Like $1 a month or something. I mean, I don't know. I guess I would have to check the like server costs, because I'm not going to run it on my machine, but I could do a server or something. Let's put this in the stream folder and we can copy it later if we need to. Assets, footage, digital footage. All right, fine. Can I not? Okay. Save video as. It should go into here. Here. All right, Mollis. Okay. I thought I could just drag that over into my folder and it would save, but I guess not. All right. What was I gonna try? Did I say what I was gonna try? Right, exactly, yeah. Why is my screen flashing? That's weird. All right, just put that off to the side. Yeah, the top of my browser. That's not just me, right? No, I can see it on stream too. Okay, weird. I don't know what my browser's doing, but hopefully that little blinking is not too distracting. Yeah, I should probably like restart Comfy. Well, actually, I want to make some changes anyways. Let's see here. Let's go. What was I going to change? Oh, right. It was just the printing right here. Where we do the flux frame printing, we gotta have a new line after. We would rather do it before, right? Frame one, and then a new line, and then that one looks like it's with that one, but it's actually with that one. So yeah. Put that in there. All right, so that'll be more accurate. And yeah, let's do it like okay. Yeah, that's a good idea too. Yep. Yeah, I mean, really, that's that's the idea. I want to get I just want to get monetized through YouTube so I can get paid from YouTube, and then I don't have to charge people for stuff. That's the goal, really. Because I'm fine dedicating my money to stuff as long as it's an amount of money that I can afford to spend. So, but yeah, maybe something like that in the meantime. Okay. So I think that'll be fine. I was just thinking that, like, all right, man, take care. I'll be here tomorrow if you're here. I'm gonna keep going on this until I gotta balance the videos. I gotta get the videos out too. I can't just do streaming, but I gotta do I think I have some small class things to do. But yeah, not a lot of commitments for right now. Classes, the second session just started up, so it's like intro week. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Well, the thing I was thinking about was, like, this is just me being a little OCD right now, and I don't really need to, but yeah, we'll just get rid of it. No need to belabor the point. Just get rid of that. All right, let's restart Comfy. Okay. Everything should still be the same. Oh, we're only going 16 steps on Flux too. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to add. We need to print out the parameters we're using. I don't think we need to do it on every loop. We just need to do it at the beginning. I really wish I could capture all this progress bar output and suppress it, but I haven't figured that out yet. It would be nice just to have one line that just goes 0 to 100 and then 0 to 100 over and over and over for every frame. That's a lot of printout right there. I don't like scrolling through all that. That's fine at the end. I just want to, maybe we could print it out once at the beginning, once at the end. All right. Generating SVD video sequence 1 of 1. SVD sampler. Okay, so like right here. Okay. Yeah, that's fine there, and then we'll just add generating SVD video sequence 1 of 1. Okay. Wrong button. Right. Okay. And then all of these, we don't want to print out. Where's our first print statement? Right here. Oh, yeah. Damn. Okay, I guess we do. Let's do it like this. What do we want to... We could just print out. Okay. I don't need that. I kind of want to take that out, right? No, we'll leave that. Yeah. not that, obviously. Yeah. That doesn't really matter. Okay. We'll leave all that. Just printing out. I wanted to, because last time when we were doing one of these runs, I changed something and then I didn't remember if I ran it again, because like at the beginning of this process, we're not printing out any of the settings and parameters we're using. So I like changed something on here and then I was like, oh, I don't know if I ran it again. So just to make sure we're not doing extra runs, I'm going to go ahead and just print out some stuff here. At least for now. Okay. Right. Says that this increasing the CFG will make the model stick more closely to the conditioning input. Yeah. They're all right. I'm not big on like, yeah, I know what you mean. I'm not big on like grains. Like bread, pasta, chips, that kind of stuff. But they're good. So anyways, it says the CFG will make the model stick more closely to the conditioning input, but can also result in less creativity and variety. That's what you would think, leading to more predictable outcomes. And then it says on the other hand, but then it sounds like it's saying the same thing. So I think it's like misspeaking here. On the other hand, lowering the min CFG allows more freedom and randomness in the generated image. It's like really just restating what it said about the other CFG, which can lead to more abstract or unexpected results with a higher risk of drifting away from desired conditioning. We haven't yet discussed the exact range or how min CFG interacts with the full CFG range. Let's try this. Don't you have a little speech to text thing? Oh, that's on the app, right? Did I get the app? I know I got it on my phone. GPT. Did I not? I'm pretty sure there's an app, isn't there? What is it called? ChatGPT app. For Windows. Yes, download for desktop, Mac, early version of the Windows. All right, sure. It looks like they got a version for Windows now. It says early version, so it's probably like beta, but I'm sure it works fine. Yeah, I'm replacing Bing because I used to use Bing. Bing was doing great. What do they call it? Copilot? Copilot was doing really great. And then out of nowhere, it just broke. It's crazy. But especially when Bing had vision and ChatGPT didn't have vision and it didn't have web search for a while. And Bing had it like way before them. But then all of a sudden Bing just like broke out of nowhere. Anyways, GPT. Did I not just install this? I thought I just installed it. Oh, I downloaded it. I didn't run the installer. Okay. Couldn't download this app. What? Okay. It opened up. Okay, I see. Sure. Fine. Get it. I thought I opened the store app initially, but it was just another tab in the browser, which I'm probably not signed in on. Yeah, I'm not talking about the search engine. I'm talking about their Copilot, bing.com/chat. That's what they had it under as the URL. But it's like their Copilot, their version of ChatGPT. Yeah, I always use the Google search engine, but their Copilot thing was crushing it for a while there. Cool, man. Well, that's not my email, but okay. Upgrade to use window apps currently available plus. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Yeah, the DALL-E, they had the image generation in there way before GPT. This is retarded, but okay, fine. I'll stick to the web browser. I was gonna talk to it, but you know, talk to her, as the fucking talk to a girl would say. Talk to her. So gay. Anyways, fine. I won't talk to you. That was anticlimactic. One to 30. Wow. Sequence where there's a sequence of frames, this parameter how features always. Five and 15. Seems way too high. Well, we saved this, right? Okay. Let's. Wow. Yeah, 1-4. It's very interesting. Let's just see. to leave stream as a radio. Believe me, no one listens to these radios. You wouldn't even lose people's. You would even lose people if you continue, at least in my opinion. I don't know. Sometimes I listen to them. Depends on the mood, really. I like Lo-Fi Girl. But hopefully it's not like featured heavily in my channel. Maybe there's a way to move it down on the homepage or something. I haven't looked into it yet, but probably. Sometimes I don't want to listen to things that I already know. So just like a random playlist like that. Get to hear things that I don't normally listen to. But the music mix on there is like not great right now. Oh, I see what you're saying as far as like notifications for the live stuff. I wonder if I can turn those off. That way you just get, that way you won't get any notifications related to those. I'll check it. Yeah, it's probably not a good idea to have that going off all the time. Yeah, no worries. All good. Totally welcome feedback. I don't want to be doing stuff that, you know, people don't want to watch. I like doing this stuff, but I do, you know, also want subscribers. Okay, let's see what that gave us. I don't know if GPT is off base on this, but I guess we'll find out. Whoa, dude. Okay. It started out pretty good. Interesting. Okay. Did you watch FVD audio reactive workflow stream the other day? No, but I should. I have stable audio diffusion on the PC. I just haven't, like I already downloaded the models and the nodes. I just haven't messed around with it yet. Yeah, it starts out really crispy and then it gets all the coloring and stuff. I don't know what Runway uses, but I don't know. Wow, this one also might be broken. But anyways, for a while I was recommending this one, but then I got this result right here. Not stable audio is an IP audio reactive workflow. I'm not sure what that means, but it definitely, if it makes music or sound effects, I would be interested. I want to, because my idea is like once I get this FVD thing going and I can produce good videos on like, you know, at least a few a day or something, you know, depending on, I don't know how much variety, because right now whenever I struggle with SVD, between getting the initial image from Flux and tweaking the SVD settings to get something usable, it could take, you know, a couple hours or whatever. But as long as I can get really good quality videos a few times a day, 3 or 4 or 5 times a day, then I can do that, and then also get to generate some background track music and sound effects and stuff like that, and make short, like 5-minute mini movies or mini, I don't know, animated creations or whatever. I don't know. I'm not gonna do like stuff of people, like deep fake type stuff, but just like, I don't know, telling stories through little short videos. But that's kind of the goal with all this. You input music and image and text prompt, and it spits out audio reactive video. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. But that's the goal. Yeah. In your opinion, will the moment come when it will be completely 100% impossible to become an influencer only with AI? Because in my opinion, it's not yet so. To become an influencer only with AI? I mean, I think pretty much everyone's using some AI in some kind of sense these days. No, it's not completely random settings. Yeah, we'll dial it in. It takes time. You know, you got to do a lot of runs, and each run takes at least 2 minutes. And yeah, it's like, it takes time, but it's fine. So what I'm getting from this, though, is that it starts out really good the first few frames. Everything looks really well formed. Like, so what I'm thinking is, no, that's okay, man. I just if I'm like not stating it correctly or whatever, just, you can, if you want to, I don't want to make you like explain things, but if you want to, feel free. You can let me know if you meant something else or whatever. In your opinion, will the moment come when it will be completely 100% possible to become an influencer only with AI? Oh, I see what you're saying. Are you saying like essentially generate a fake like avatar or something? If that's what you mean, they're already doing that. That's another thing I was thinking about selling, actually, because people will pay for, like, companies will pay for an AI model. Yeah, fake girls or fake whatever. You think about like Coca-Cola, right? They might have a commercial with all kinds of, like, you know, they probably have like a diverse set of characters in some kind of like public environment doing something fun, you know. They got to pay for all those people. They got to pay for the production. They got to pay for all that stuff. So they would much rather just pay for a generated video that does what they want to show in their marketing. So a lot cheaper for them. So there's possibility, there's potential in there. That's definitely one motivating factor in being able to do this reliably. But yeah, I've seen people selling like fake Instagram models and stuff like that. There's a market for it. I'm probably going to try to approach like more companies than that kind of stuff, because I don't know, we'll see. I don't know if there's really money in that, but definitely going after corporations, like small, medium-sized companies, you could make some pretty decent cash. Company I trained lures for was doing this. They hired the likeness of real people and made chatbots and AI. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Pretty soon, like, I mean, that's why I showed that clip earlier, because already it's kind of hard. Like, I could be AI generated. You never know. I mean, to stream for like 5 hours and not have some kind of weird robot spurg, you know. But I don't know. You never know. Already, the point is, already it's hard to tell what's real and what's not. so we got min on 4, max on 12. Let's try max on 8. Yeah, I didn't want to print out the model and the VA and the conditioning. Yep. Let's go ahead and change that, I guess. Did I? Oh, because this is on there. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, let's do it. Right, yeah, it's just like actually animating his legs. It's pretty nice. Print fs params equals copy dot decopy of fs params. Print fs params and del print fs params at model it's a list. I figured it would be a, oh, it's like a list of params objects because there could be multiple. I gotcha. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't want to do that. Well, okay, this is in there, so I guess we have the selected image. Oh, okay. You know what? I think that problem I was thinking about earlier is not relevant. Okay, anyways. So let's do here. Let's say at selected image. If it's 1, let's say we have 4 images and we choose image number 1. Then our selected image. Okay, so it's just going to be off by 1. Selected image -1. All right. Right. Because if we say selected image is 1, then it's really 0. If we say it's 2, then it's 1. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, so we delete model. We're going to delete VAE. And we're going to delete the Conditioning, I suppose that's it really. Yeah. What else is on there? Oh, it's a good bit. Okay. All right. Conditioning. Okay. So I can delete those things. What do we get over here? Right on the inside, he's making his own audio reactive nodes and his workflows he's used. All right, cool. I'll check them out. Okay. So what I'm getting from this is maybe let's go to 2 here. You know what? Yeah, let's go to 2 and 4. Actually, before we do that, let's restart. Yeah, it's not bad. It's just kind of the coloring at the end. And also Flux is still turned way down, so we're not even really doing anything with Flux right now. So, right, our Flux denoise is on 0.1. Yeah, it needs to probably be up around somewhere around the 4 to 6 range. Yeah, the movement's getting better. That's what. So as long as the movement's pretty good, Flux should be able to handle the rest, I think. But let's try it again without Flux really influencing. Oh, come on now. Positive conditioning. This went 7 seconds. That can't be right. Oh, it's a 512. Okay, I was like, what the? Oh my god. Perhaps with Flux, the burn video. Yeah, probably that too. But I just want to I really want to not influence with Flux yet, because I just want to really dial in the SVD side. The better I can get it, the more consistently and reliably I'll be able to. That way it's burned into my head, you know. Okay, this is exactly how we need to think about this. And then I can use Flux to go beyond those capabilities. Want to max out SVD before I bring in Flux. Alright, so we need another new line after that, but that's fine. We'll leave it for now. Faux show, man. Put a new line right there. 25 seconds. Hell yeah. I found that from the BIOS, PCIe Express line. Max Gen is better speed from auto? I have to look into that. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. But I have not optimized my BIOS at all. I really need to. I haven't even thought of it. Whenever I first built the PC, I was looking through the BIOS a little bit, and then I was like, I just want to get started using this thing, and then I have forgotten all about it. Choose whether it is auto, and you can choose gen, and it is better for you to put the maximum gen. Okay, yeah, I'll check into it. That's not bad. To 30%. Wow. That's a lot. 2070. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. I would definitely love a 20 to 30% boost. That is not bad. Okay. Very interesting. All right, let's do one more before we bring in Flux. Let's put this back down to 1. I think we already tried this setting, but I just want to see it again. Maybe motion bucket 204. Maybe that's a specific... I don't know, that seems... I don't know, maybe that's not what's really... I don't really want to mess with it now. Like, it's already kind of working, so... Yeah, it's looking pretty good. No, I just have one video card. I wish I had two. That'd be great. I think I like the one on the right better. No, maybe not. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It looks like he's walking more naturally. Also, once it's sped up a little too, it's going to be... Yeah, the walking looks... I think the walking looks more naturally here. Maybe it won't be a big deal either way once it's sped up though. Okay, so this one is 002, this is 001. His arm swinging on the left. Maybe a little. Yeah. It looks like roughly about the same amount of movement. This hand is blurring here. Or whatever, distorting, disappearing. His hand's blurring here, but not as bad. Yeah, it doesn't. This one disappears at the end. Yeah. All right, so 001. This one is, which one is this one? This one is 002, which means the previous settings were the one we want, which was where this was set at 2. All right. Well, let's try to compare that where this is 3. Yeah. And then after this run, we'll bring in Flux. We'll bring in the Flux Meister. Just a bit late for work. I have faith in him though, he'll make it. VRAM's doing alright, 57. 58, not bad. It'll be a little bit more whenever I scale the images up, but... Yep, that's what I'm thinking. So we got this one on 3, and we want to compare that to 2.4. The other one that we liked better was min guidance 2, guidance 4. And the other one that we didn't like, where the hand disappears, was min guidance 1, guidance 4. So min guidance being at 2 instead of 1 seems to be better. And then guidance on 3 versus 4, we'll see which one's better. I think I can already tell that I like the other one better. Yeah. Let's try 5. Yeah, and his foot's blurring more. Yeah, he does look like he's moving a little faster. Sip and walk. I don't know what that is, but no, I'm sipping Tang. I thought that was the one where his hand disappeared, was it not? Is this the one where his hand disappears? that over there. No, bro. Dude, come on. Alright, so. Oh, yeah, no. Alright. Walk hard. Nah. Nah, bro. Weed is more than enough. Alright, this one is 001 and this one is 004. This one is with 2 and 5, right? 2 and 5, yeah. Okay. I want to say the one on the right. He is leaning. Okay. Maybe this is fine. Yeah, hopefully Flux will help with those feet. I think it should. You like the one on the right? Yeah, I was thinking better legs, but it also looks like he's leaning pretty hard. Let's see. Like towards the end, it looks like he starts leaning to the right. The feet are okay. See, look, he's not leaning that badly. Okay. And then this one. I think the feet are roughly similar. Yeah. Alright, we'll go with the one on the right, which I'm pretty sure we said was 2 and 4. Alright, so let's close that. And we'll close that. We'll bring this back over to here. Alright, so we're going to stick with 2 and 4. 2, 4, and 204 with 24 and 24. It's gematria, man. It's Kabbalah. Alright, right. Let me try one more. Then we'll bring in Flux, I promise. I just want to try this. What do we say? It was like 570 something? 576? Is that what it is? $576, 1024, yeah, okay. Alright. Let's try that. Everything else the same. Just a slightly bigger image. That is what matches the training of SVD. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. I was thinking more resolution would be better, but also this is the same size as the image set it was trained on, or video set or whatever that it was trained on. I also just thought of something. It may or may not help, but it won't hurt. Right here, this inner loop is possibly generating a little more doing a little more processing than it needs to. Let me copy that. Yeah, what you got going on, man? KFC, we'll take a look at it. Sounds like it could be a corrupted file, maybe. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's probably maybe either an version incompatibility, or what I was thinking was possibly a corrupted file. Maybe somebody copied something, copy pasted something incompletely, or maybe your download got interrupted or something when you were downloading it. Who knows? You try downloading the file again, or the VAE, the safe tensors file, or whatever it is that you are trying to load. Try downloading that again. I don't even remember where I got mine from now. Yeah, that's the one that... Yeah. Try downloading that file again. I'm trying to think where I got that from. AE safe tensors. Yeah, just from the Flux BFL hugging face. That's where you get that. I'm sure maybe you already know that, but I would just re-download that. And if you haven't updated Comfy, update Comfy. And re-download this. See if you're still getting the same issue. Yeah, whether it's safe tensors or SFT doesn't matter. It's not going to affect anything. I'm using run pod. Have you heard of it? That's where I run my Jupyter. Oh. No, but I don't think that should make a difference what environment you're running it in, because everything is contained within Comfy. So it should be fine. I could be wrong. not too bad. I think we're going to stick with the smaller one. Just because it's faster. At least for now. But not bad. I'm going to save that one too. Yeah, let me know, man. If it don't work, let me know. We'll try something else. Yeah, we're gonna stick with the smaller one. It's faster, and I'm gonna try to narrow some stuff down here. That seems like a pretty good, for this situation, 2 and 4 on the CFG. Probably in other similar situations where you have like a single subject, that would probably work again pretty well. Just a hypothesis, but I would guess. Video come a long way. Yeah, it's doing all right. So we're gonna leave the min guidance on 2, the guidance on 4, and then now we're gonna bring Flux back in. So let's try it at let's just try it at 2. Then we'll also try it at 3. And then we'll also try it at 4. Not quite sure what all that means, but looks cool. So this is going to be with Flux at 0.2 denoise. Okay. Not much of an influence. To be expected. Oh, is it? Okay. I was like, what is it doing now? Should not be clogging up my RAM. Oh, speaking of which, did I restart? I didn't even finish these changes. Okay, let me finish these changes while this runs. Right. Right. Okay, well, here's what we're gonna do. Because what I'm thinking here is like this group of lines, well, that one we're gonna have to do regardless. But this group of lines right here is loading up a bunch of objects every iteration of the Flux loop. So I'm gonna move the loop down below, and then I'm just gonna load all this up once because the parameters aren't gonna change. So I'm just gonna load all this up once and then run the loops, calling the sampler custom advanced sample method. It might not help much, but it definitely, it'll either be a net neutral or a benefit. It's not going to be negative, so. It could save time, just a little, because instead of loading up those objects, it's instantiating a class every time for all of those objects, and it only needs to set them up once because the parameters are going to stay the same for every frame, at least for now. Okay. Now this is Flux at 0.4. Is it getting any slower or what? I got about 3 seconds per. That looks about the same. I don't think this is actually changes. Still says the same thing. Been struggling with Flux for a week now. Are you using Flux Dev or Schnell or NF4? And you're using this workflow that I'm looking at right now, other than the SVD part? Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah. What kind of model loader are you using, and what's your Flux model that you're using? Are you using an F4, or are you using Dev, or are you using Schnell? Yeah, are you on the Patreon? If you go to Patreon and go to the chats, you could put it in the bug chat right there. You can put images in these chats. It's only like one image per message, which is kind of lame, but you can do it. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Indeed, Baka. Indeed. We shall explore further. All right, go on. Very interesting. All right, see you, man. Take care, Cal. Sorry, I was like in the zone. KFC, did you send this as a PNG? I think that's fine. I just I'm curious because Patreon does things with images sometimes. They might have made a copy. So if you sent me an image that had a workflow in it, Patreon might have made a copy somewhere in transit going from your PC. Like they probably made a copy of it to save on their server that's like compressed. It does that in certain areas. You could email me or message it on X or something. Yeah, cool, man. Just send it on over. I'll check it out. Stop. Alice. Okay, fine. Sounds good, man. Jimmy Dean's the GOAT. Nah, I wouldn't think it would have anything to do with the LoRa. Because this is its own separate node. If there's an error here, it's not going to have anything to do with something else. The only exception would be if there was like something upstream here. If something else was being passed into this node, then maybe. But this is just its own node by itself. Flux dev actually loads into my system RAM for some reason, so that's why it's taken a while. All right, here it goes. We could go for some Jimmy Dean's right now. Oh, damn. Yeah, I was going to say that's pretty quick. Create an AI influencer. Yeah. We were talking about that earlier, man. Yep, that's a good place to make some money right now, man. For 20 steps, Euler simple. CFG 1, 1024. Oh, it's batch size 4. I was like, that's taking a little while. So you're trying to get consistent faces on all these models? Okay. All right. So first things first, your VAE won't load. So, and you have updated Comfy recently? And do you have a backup stash of Comfy? What up, Baka? What I mean is, this is my Comfy installation that I work out of, but then I also I kept the original zipped copy of Comfy that I downloaded originally, and then I have it unzipped right here. And so sometimes whenever something's not working in my main comfy, I'll try to recreate that in my spare comfy, because there's not much installed here in the spare comfy. So that can help us narrow down. If you have a spare copy of comfy off to the side, go in there, make sure you have your VAE in there, and try to load it up in there and see what happens. But also in your main copy of comfy, make sure it's updated. But close this comfy before you run this comfy. You can probably do it at the same time, but I don't know. I've never tried it. Oh yeah, I forgot about RunPod. I don't really know how that works. What do you mean, show you? I mean, it's just a file, right? I don't know what the contents of the file looks like. I've never tried to open one. I assumed it was binary. I assumed. I haven't tried. Models. VA. Yeah, it's binary. I mean, as long as it's in this folder right here, in the VAE folder. If I look in the... I used to use Google Colab. Yeah, okay. Create new things every time, yeah. Right, okay. Yeah, I used Colab a few times. But yeah, as long as your VAE is in this folder and you just re-downloaded it and your comfy is updated. The only other thing I can think of is possibly it might be another, like one of your other custom nodes interfering with it. I was talking to this dude the other day and he was asking me to try to troubleshoot a problem for him, and he sent me his comfy startup script and it was like 1,000,000 custom nodes. And I was like, yeah, you should just reinstall comfy and start over, because there's no way you're going to find the problem in all that. It's a needle in a haystack. So, but that's why I keep a spare comfy, because sometimes it just gets too bloated and you can't find the problem. But you saw my custom nodes just now. It's pretty light. Most of these I don't even use. Yeah, a lot of these I'm going to delete as soon as I... Yeah, could be. I don't know how those work, if you can update them or if they keep them automatically updated or something. Right, yeah. But that's what I would try. I would try making sure comfy is updated. Then I would try making a spare copy of comfy. And then, like Baka was saying, check your version or whatever. Make sure, I don't know how, again, I don't know how the run pod works, but check your version and see if that's compatible with what you're trying to run. If you do have a spare copy of comfy and you try to run it in that and it still doesn't work, I would say it's got to be some kind of what Baka's talking about. The compatibility thing. Because if you run it in a brand new copy of Comfy, it should work. Huh. Okay. Good to know. Yeah. Right, so we're loading all that up, and I think we're gonna go ahead and just load this once as well. Oh, I always do that. I'm trying to hit Control. Hit the stupid Windows key. Let me cut that out and call it Flux Sampler. Okay, so now we're only loading that stuff up once, and then we do the loop with all the frames. Okay, so good catch, yeah. Yeah, I have a hard time remembering to update Comfy, but it's definitely a good idea to do that at least once or twice a week. Yeah, this is what mine's looking like here. Blue button down here. That's what you're talking about, right? Or the manager. Or for generating queue, yeah. But once you do get that situated, I think we can figure out how to get your models having consistent faces. So as long as we get this other VAE thing going, I think we should be able to get your models looking right. Yeah, you might have to do it through the run pod, yeah. Okay, so $3 to generate LoRa file. Yeah, no, you can transfer the files over. Your VAE, your model files, all that stuff you can transfer over. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, with the run pod thing, I'm not sure. But I mean, if it's an online thing, it shouldn't take too long to re-download that stuff. I would imagine they should have a decent bandwidth if they're hosting that kind of stuff. Yeah, that makes sense though. Yeah, I would make, yeah, that makes sense. Yep, that makes sense. Five gigs of permanent storage? How? Wow. That's crazy. Still, that's not much. I mean, Flux alone is bigger than that. Okay, so now we'll either get an improvement or it'll be the same on speed, and we will have control over the Flux guidance without having to... Yeah, run pod, that's what he's doing, David. Have you tried run pod? I'm pretty sure that's what he said, right? Run pod. Guess how much run diffusion makes you pay a month for permanent storage? God, I would hate to even guess. 35 bucks a month. Yeesh. I mean, I would just spin up an Amazon. I'm sure there's an Amazon instance with a GPU that you could spin up that's like... Hold on, I gotta take this earbud out. OBS is taking control of my earbuds and it won't let go, and I can't control the audio, and so now I hear myself in my own ear like way too loudly. Yeah, I would think there's like an Amazon instance you could spin up for like $5 or $10 a month that comes with at least maybe like 100 gigs of storage or something. 50, 100. And you can just, you know, you should be able to just turn it on and off whenever you want. Yeah, that's what you got to do sometimes. All right, right, so I call that, and then we got that, and the rest should be the same. And then, yeah, the rest should be the same, I would think. All right, make sure we save that, and restart. Oh, yeah. She's offline. Interesting. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. But KFC, once you do get it updated, let me know, and we'll take a look at your models. I'm pretty sure we can get your faces how you want them. Between me and Baka, one of us. Baka's got the experience with Laura's, and then I would probably take like an image-to-image approach if you have like a base model with the face you want. So probably one of those two ways will work for your models. Did I not save that workflow? No, I gotta get rid of that workflow. Nice. I just updated some things, and so I'm whenever I restarted Comfy, I didn't have that old workflow saved, so I need to set this node back up. Checkpoint, scheduling, sampling, SVD, Flux, min guidance. I guess we might call that SVD guidance. Okay. Selected image on video frames. Okay. Motion type. FPS augmentation. All right. So really just that SVD guidance. What were we doing on the last one on the steps? Was it like 20? I think we had 16 on that. Menace VD guidance, I think we settled on 2, right? 2 and 4, and then Flux guidance. We're gonna leave that on 4 right now. Full denoise, Flux denoise. Let's go back to 0.5. And then selected image, num frames. That's another thing I wanted to do, but we'll do that next time. Okay, this should be at 204. FPS 12 augmentation. Sequence count 1. Okay. 12 loop 0 FVD 264. Oh. Sounds good, man. Take care. Yeah, for sure. We'll take a look at it tomorrow when you hop back in. Oh man, I forgot our prompt. Damn, man. All right, whatever. Right, yeah. That's what it's all about, man. I'm gonna grab some more Tang real quick while this runs. Autocomplete names, NYT chat, yeah, at symbol, do the first two letters of the name if you're gonna do me, vodka. Oh, on iPhone. My living room, watching stream on TV and using iPhone for chat. Smart. Yeah, I don't know about iPhone. I do have an iPhone, but it's dead. So I'd have to charge it up. Which I probably should do, but never get calls on that thing anyways. Not yet anyways. Oh, of course it's on pause. Damn it, man. This looks like a pretty good image though. Pass through. Of course it was on pause. All right, go lay down. Go lay down. Damn it, man. I thought this was already running. Well, I guess it wouldn't have mattered anyways. What do we got here? I remember. I'm pretty sure anyways. Yep, I bet it is that guy right there. All right, let's try that again. One more again. That's why our QKV are set back to 1. But I like this image, we'll go with it. If it doesn't work out, we'll set our QKV back up. Clip attention. Oh yeah. Unsqueaks. Apparently you can't unsqueaks a tensor. We gotta unsqueeze it because unsqueaks is not gonna work. Unsqueeze, please. Unsqueaks. Tragedy. It's a fucking tragedy, man. I'm gonna guess Minnesota. I don't know why. Michigan, Minnesota. Vermont, cool. Probably a lot better than Michigan or Minnesota. Although I'm sure the snow is just as fun to deal with. I lived in Colorado for a year. And snow is a different story out there. I lived in oh really? Wow. Well, that's a kind of a common thing all across the freaking country now. Unfortunately. Damn. Not what you want to be right now. It's too small. I guess we could go like right there. Make this bigger. Oh, bigger. Alright, that's interesting. Let's check them out. Wow. Let's turn Flux guidance up. Let's go to like 8. How about that? And yeah. Well, hold on. Now that I think about it. Yeah. Bigger. It's like one of my, because I'm always saying that, so I like, let's see here. I think you guys should be able to hear this, but let me know.
Whoa! This makes things smaller.
No, bigger.
I think you guys should be able to hear this, but let me know.
Whoa! This makes things smaller.
I wonder if you should be able to hear this, but let me know.
Whoa! This makes things smaller.
It's a little bit of a loop. It'll go away in a sec. But that cracks me. That whole show is freaking genius, man. Oh, bigger. I really wonder if he improv that, because if I was her, I would have just died laughing. No way I would have kept it together. Alright, so we're thinking about this. Do we want to turn our Flux guidance up? You know, I don't know if we do. I don't know if we do. Because the Flux guidance is going off of the original conditioning for this image. So I wonder if that's a good idea. Before we do that, let's turn it back to 4. And let's do one with the denoise even higher, 0.7. Or no. No. Let's go back to 0.4. Well, we're on a new image now. Let's go to 0.2. I think I might want to turn that to 12. 244.21. Yeah, it's doing a lot better now. It was even better a little bit earlier. Yeah, it's pretty good. SVD does an alright job if you tweak it a little bit. But hopefully after this experience we right, exactly, preset territory. That's what I was just about to say. That's pretty interesting. Five seconds, 24 frames per second, 720. Yeah, it does look pretty good. Rough idea. 5 seconds, 24 frames. So we're talking 120 frames, 720 on a 3060. I would guess probably around, if you're talking about with this workflow I'm doing right now, I would say you're probably not gonna like the answer, but an hour or more. Right, because if we're talking about 124 frames per second, we're talking about 120 frames. Yeah, 120 frames, and I would think probably a 720 if you're using the NF4 model on the 3060 for a 720 frame is probably like 50 seconds or so, 50 seconds to a minute. We'll call it a minute just to make it easy. So that's 120 minutes. That's like 2 hours. Yeah, you can try Chanel too. I haven't tried that, but might be faster. I mean, but here's the thing too, though. This doesn't have to be done with just Flux. I can, once we get all the functionality and everything where we want it, I can just add in SDXL or whatever, SD or Teraballora, sure. But Instead of going back over the frames with Flux, going back over them with SDXL is probably fine, and should be a good bit faster. So you have the option. You can choose Flux for if you want to do like shorter sequences with Flux and longer ones with Stable Diffusion. You could do that. Probably be good. Keeping with the theme, the Unified Model Loader handles Flux and Stable Diffusion. The Unified Sampler handles Flux and Stable Diffusion. So might as well make this one. Yeah, might as well. Yeah, we'll make this one with Flux and Stable Diffusion as well. That's what I was thinking, yeah. I mean, but you can choose, because again, the model loader, the unified model loader, you can load up whichever one you want, and then in the sampler, the unified sampler, you can load up Flux or SD, whichever one you want for the initial image. And then in this FVD, maybe we'll change the name to Unified Video Diffusion or something, keeping with the same theme of the other nodes: Unified Model Loader, Unified Sampler, Unified, we'll call it like Unified Video Sampler or something. And it can be Flux or it could be Stable Diffusion. So yeah, you can choose each step of the way, whether you want to start with Flux and then go to Stable Diffusion, or if you want to start with, you know, I don't know what OP is. Yeah, SDXL is not bad. I mean, especially because for touching up these frames, it should do a pretty good job, I would imagine. Right, overpowered, yeah. So yeah, you could have the option to do the SDXL too. We'll make both. We'll put them both in here. Easy enough to do. All right, so that's what we got with this guy. Pretty good, pretty good. All right, we got that at 12. 2, 4, Flux at 12. And the Flux guidance on 4. Okay, interesting. All in one for sure, yep. Sounds like a good call. Well, I'm just looking at it. I think, I know this is still like a really small, you know, it's 512 by 512. So I'm not expecting anything crazy. But it kind of looks a little jittery. I'm thinking maybe turn the flux down a little bit. But it's pretty good, and I think once we bump it up to like 1024, it'll be even better. Did I save this? I want to save this one. Where's my file explorer? Digital footage. Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. I think we want to keep the flux guidance down a pretty good bit. Let's try 3.4. Flux denoise is on 0.2. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about fame, but I mean, The more subscribers you have, the more YouTube pays you. So there's that. So I care about it in that sense. But yeah, no, like as far as just like interacting with people, I just like, you know, I like this. It's chill. We can hang out and talk about stuff and be internet friends essentially. Bring Blender into the whole scheme with comfy people who are interested. Right, yeah, more sploinks. People who are interested in it are super many. Yeah, I've never used Blender. I probably should check it out, but I know people are into it. I know it's pretty good software. I just haven't really tried it. Blender, is that more like video editing or is that more like AutoCAD type thing? Because if it's more like AutoCAD, like making a model, 3D, yeah. So that's something I have definitely, I gotta check back in. I saw this tweet. I really don't get on X very much, but I saw this post over there. This guy was talking about essentially rendering video in Comfy. I think it was in Comfy on 3D models like that. And that is definitely something I'm very interested in. Yes, more sploinks for the win, and more stakes. More sploinks and more stakes. Those are the keys to happiness. Right, so we got our SVD min get. That's going to stay where it's at. The flux steps we turned down. Maybe we want to turn flux steps back up, but that's going to increase our processing time. Yeah. I've used AutoCAD a lot. I've used AutoCAD since I was like 10 years old. Splinks and walk in fame. I don't know about the walk, man. I think I'm going to leave that one alone. But splinks and dollars and stakes. Dollars are just a means to get the splinks and the stakes, though. Really, the key, the roots of happiness are coming from the splinks and the stakes. The dollars are just one method of getting there. But it's the most efficient method, so. Flux guidance, we got that down. Maybe we want to even go even further down with, oh, not 20. 2. Let's go to 2 on the flux guidance. And let's turn the flux denoise, put splinks in the stakes. Something like that. Let's turn the flux denoise up to 0.3. And we'll try that. Boom. Goes the dynamite. I think I prefer the splinks in the lungs rather than the stomach. The edible thing has never really done anything for me. I mean, I guess if it tastes better. Still think I'd prefer to inhale them. Bake the steak and get baked. Right. If it works, I've never had the edibles thing. Never really done anything for me, man. I did have an orange cream soda one time from one of the shops in Seattle. That worked pretty well, but like brownies or cookies or gummies, none of that stuff ever works for me. comfyui lacks a nice gallery to look at what you produced like days ago. I feel like I have seen something about a gallery in Comfy. I have to check that out. This looks pretty good. All right. Very interesting. Okay. Oh, really? Well, it's pretty cheap these days. $14 8 gig 1060s. Yeah, that'd be cool. It was worth a shot. I mean, I think it would be fine. All this stuff, all the hardware interactions are managed by CUDA, and I'm sure they probably support their older GPUs. And make it one with AI, ultra easy to use. Do my zip if comfy is folder C comfy. I make it one with AI. Oh, you mean you made a gallery? Yeah, you can email me. I put the spaces in there around the @ symbol because if you put the @ in the chat, it goes like auto completes. It thinks you're trying to talk to somebody. So there's spaces around the @ symbol. Okay, so let's go, let's see here. FVD, Flux. Flux denoise. Let's do this. Let's turn that back up for one. Let's just run that and see what happens. Oh, I already changed these over here. Yeah, still 24 frames, 12 FPS. 6 gig still, I mean, if it's 14 6 gig cards, seems worth a try. Especially if it's a spare machine and you're not using it for anything else. It doesn't matter if it's that slow, really. Yeah, that's why. That's what I was thinking. 12 frames, a little bit laggy. I forgot my film VFI. The multiplier was turned down to 2, so I put it back on 4. But I already did change some other settings too, so we'll see what happens. I changed the flux denoise up to 0.3, and I turned the guidance down to 2. Alright, cool. I'll check it out. I should check my spam more often, I guess. Would our support in obtaining an audio microphone be useful to you? On a related note, we kindly request your consideration to use this item as a recording device to capture a video showcasing something interesting. Huh, interesting. $500? Shit, Carly Fisher, I'll try your microphone for $500. Huh? They look like pretty decent mics too. Interesting. I should check my spam more often, I guess. Yeah, it looks like maybe a mic sponsor. These guys right here. TZ Audio. I don't know if you guys have tried that. Yeah, spam because 7-zip. That's fine. I found it though. I'll check it out in a sec. Yeah, I mean, I'll take a free mic and $500. That sounds pretty good. They look pretty good, I would imagine. I'm not, I'm sure if any of you guys saw the whole, me trying to figure out my audio situation, I'm not the, best audio engineer, but I'll definitely give it a try. I think I've had this Logitech too long to return it now, but I guess a spare mic would be cool. I'll just keep the Logitech somewhere. I'm sure there will be a need for it at some point. Sure, TZ Audio. I'll check it out. Sounds cool. Alright, well, let's see. What did we see here? 6 cents. Gallery. Let's go ahead and say not spam. Let's extract this bad boy. Koishiak. Cool. Static, CSS, and templates. Okay. Alright, well, let's go right there. Oops. That one. Alright, fine. Shit, maybe I could send some music over one day for the chill stream. Yeah, man, I'll put it on there. Is all this chill stream music AI generated? It's actually from the YouTube library. So no, it's actual artists. You can edit Rode for comfy folder for you. Okay. Yeah. I had I downloaded, I got a bunch of music that I found from Pixabay artists, and they're supposedly categorized as either content ID or non-content ID, and all of the stuff that I downloaded was supposedly not content ID, but I guess one of them got updated or something because YouTube flagged it and took it down. I had one of those music streams going and they were like, they kept flagging it. So one of the songs in that mix was content ID. So for this one, I just downloaded a bunch from YouTube library. I'll get around to checking all of the other music that I have to make sure it's not going to get flagged, and then whenever I find out what's good and what's not, then I'll update the mix. But for now, something good for now. Yeah, hopefully not. It sucks with that batch that I did last time because I rendered that thing out on my laptop. This was before I built the PC, and it took like an hour to render this stupid video. Probably longer, I don't even remember. Like, so it's just a basic loop with the music and stuff, and then it's like 30 some songs, and I have no clue which one it is that is getting flagged. So I'm like, okay, I can just take the whole thing down, I guess. So yeah, synthwave is cool, man. Chill pop beats cool. Yeah, I'll play that stuff all day, man. Definitely want to get a synthwave stream going. Synthwave is harder to find too, like good synthwave. Like a lot of stuff that you find for free that's not content ID is kind of lame. So then I hear one and I'm like, oh, this is fire, and then it's like, oh, this is content ID. Damn it. Udio, I think I've heard of them, but not off the top of my head. I can't think of it. Flask, comfy output, app config, upload folder, app route. Interesting. I do a lot of web stuff, but not like this. So what I'm seeing from this is it looks like there is like a viewing page and an upload page. Hey, I mean, as long as it's pretty, you know, as long as it's synthwave and it sounds pretty good, I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll give it a shot, see what the people think. If you're up for it, I'm up for it. All right. Where is this folder at? Custom nodes, models. This is in... Is this not open in a folder? I was really hoping it would open in a folder. Fine. Okay. URL for file. Previous end if. URL page index. Page link. Fancy box UMD. Okay. Alright, so 6. What do you need to install? Flask. And anything else other than Flask? At just Flask and start py file. All right. Work if path correct for images. All right. So the path is going to be on this image folder here. Right, replace with your actual path. Okay, I see. All right. Flask and OS. All right. We'll give it a go. Is this supposed to run inside Comfy, or is this just separate from Comfy? Without Comfy. Okay, I got you. Alright, let me start a run, work for all folders. Yeah, okay. Let me start a run here real quick and then I'll try it out. Alright, so let's see. Where do we go? Oh, we did. Is this the one with 4? I think it should be. Oh, what is. Oh, okay. God. I was like, what? Alright, so this one is 24, 512, okay. This one is 24.3, 24, 204, FPS 12. So this is with 0.3, and Flux guidance is where? Am I not seeing this? SVD guidance, denoise. Have we not restarted? Flux steps. I don't even see Flux guidance. It's on there, right? Flux guidance. Oh, am I not printing it? Probably not. That's right. I did pass that in. Right. But I am not printing it right here. All right. Still pretty good, pretty good. Who's this blazing? Who's this blazing guy over here? Oh, fancy. I need to get a DSLR. Oh, that's not even a DSLR. That's a big boy camera. Interesting. All right, interesting. I'll give her a shot. Okay, so we got everything here. Got a Spelunk. Spelunk for the win. Okay. Steps 12 to on the Flux guidance. Right. Yes. Okay. And we got 12 steps. Let's turn this up to 16. And hit that. All right. Where'd we get with let's give it a try. How about we'll go into here. That's a good one. Let's put that into there. And we'll go on into here. We'll get that one. And we'll try, say, that one right there. And that one right there. That gives us 4. And we'll put in here images. And sploinking for the win. Alright. Why is this sorted by days? I don't like that. Huh. I don't like that sorted by days. List. Oh, gross. Why is this sorted by days? Am I losing my mind? Show more options. Group. I don't want this grouped. No, none. Ugh. That was terrible. Okay. So we should have Flask now, and well, I guess if we copy that. I don't know what the R string is. Let me make it an F string. Alright, so let's try that, I guess. Oh, scratches and then images. Do you check your streaming hours? Yeah, they do. They do, and there are a lot of them. Which is good because I have like 570 something subscribers right now, and so that puts me over the first tier requirement for the first tier monetization. And then yeah, exactly, like 20 hours. Probably actually, if you're watching the whole time, because it's like right now, for example, it's sitting at 84 views, average view duration almost 23 minutes. So that's 84 times 23 divided 60 is 32 hours. So yeah, it helps for sure. But I got to get my hours to 3,000 because the let me just take a look here real quick. Yeah. The first tier of monetization is where you get supers and membership, like channel memberships and super chats and shopping merchandise. And you got to have at least 500 subscribers, and then 3 videos in the last 90 days, and then 1 of these. And I don't do shorts, so there's no way I'm ever getting to 3 million shorts views. So I'm going to try to get this to 3,000 as quickly as possible. Yeah, I'm going to do merch. I probably am going to go ahead and do that really soon, actually. Like within the next week, probably I will set that up. Because we need all the help we can get. All hands on deck right now. Merch, Patreon memberships, GitHub sponsorships, microphone sponsorships, whatever is going to be paying the bills. We're going to have to reach out and do a few different things and not just rely on getting to the ad revenue, because it's probably going to take another month maybe to get that to 3,000. I don't know. It depends. If I can get the... if I can get a good balance going with the streaming and the videos, I got to make sure I keep posting videos, because between coding up that sampler and then the streaming stuff the past couple of days, I actually didn't post a video for 7 days. Today was the 7th day. So I try to get 1 video a day, and I really need to stay on that, or else my my analytics, the stats start tanking. So I try to get at least one a day, ideally, at least 4 or 5 a week. As long as you can keep doing that, yeah, exactly. I fell into a deep dark hole coding up that sampler and then touching up the, revising the LLM node to be compatible with the sampler and Stable Diffusion and all that, and the multiple prompts. And yeah, I went into, I mean, I wish I would have thought to just go ahead and stream it from the get-go, because I mean, that's the way to go. Normally I would be sitting here doing this exact same thing, except nobody to talk to, and really, you know, I could be streaming it. Why not? You know? So, but I need to try to strike a good balance between streaming and posting videos too. Yeah, exactly. That's the next couple of videos. I'm gonna do a 1 node video on the model loader, do 1 for the LLM, 1 for the sampler, and 1 for the latent chooser, and 1 for now this new video thing. Yes, I am trying to do this full time. I think YouTube is the way to go, at least until the robots take over everything and we're all on UBI anyways. For now, it's a pretty good way to go. Yeah, the streams, people don't like sharing, like really, you know, especially if it's like something proprietary. You don't typically want to share code like this, but if it's open source, who cares? Yeah, I should do some kind of collaboration with Mateo. He's a smart guy for sure. And he's got some nodes too. I know he's got a few of these essentials nodes that I use. I think I can't remember if he does the CG image picker. No, I don't think he does. Maybe I'm not using any of his nodes right now. Yeah, he does IP adapter, but he does something else too. I can't remember what the other thing was. Whatever these are, I'm pretty sure this is him, this comfyui essentials. Yeah, no, you're right, Six. I'm just I'm focusing on comfy right now because it's, you know, I want to build a core audience, and I don't want to try to do too many things at once, you know what I'm saying? When I'm starting out. So I want to build a core audience right now, and then I'll expand. I want to get into some other like physics and engineering type projects and stuff. If you ever saw the channel Mark Rober or Backyard Scientists, those kinds of channels where they kind of do cool little science and engineering projects, I want to do stuff like that. For new people and more people use Forge. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I could try some Forge stuff too, yeah. But I want to master Comfy first before I try diving into something else. All right, so we got Scratch here, and we got our images in this folder, and then over in our code here, we got our path to that folder. So theoretically, I should be able to just run this file here, this Python script. My background is a little all over the place, really. Pretty much everything I've ever learned in terms of well, so I have my like life story, I guess, is a little weird. Because I come from a lot of, we'll say less than productive types of people, people with addictions of various kinds. And so my upbringing was not great, except for on my father's side, my two grandparents, his mom and his, I guess, stepdad, because my grandmother remarried. That's besides the point. Anyways, so his parents, basically my grandparents on his side, were pretty successful. They had an engineering company, and so, you know, whatever shortcomings there were in my parents, which were many, my grandparents on his side always did a pretty good job at making sure we at least, you know, didn't go hungry. And they were also, like, obviously very good influences on me. So my grandfather, they both owned the company, and my grandfather did all of the engineering side of stuff, and my grandmother did all like the sales and marketing side of stuff. And which I think is great. I would love to have like a wife where we have a business together like that, and she handles that kind of stuff and I handle, you know. Anyways, besides the point. And but so my granddad, he taught me like a lot of different things in terms of, you know, like working on cars, running chainsaws, engineering stuff around the shop, how to drive a forklift, how to, you know, use a lathe or a milling machine, those kinds of things. So so I kind of had that already just as an experience growing up. And then as far as school, I didn't go to school at all until yeah, it's very difficult. Oh, okay, maybe I was reading that wrong. Very difficult with successful. Hold on, I'll read that in a sec. But don't want to get off track. Yeah, so I kind of had that as an experience growing up, and then I never went to college until just a few years ago. So I'm 35 now. for another couple weeks, and then I'll be 36. And so yeah, I just from the age of 20 or so until 30, whenever I went back to school, I just spent all my time writing code and working on little microcontroller type projects, remote sensing and controlling, like controlling a motor remotely, wirelessly, or having some kind of setup where you get some kind of sensing and then you control some kind of motor or machine based off of the feedback you're getting. Yeah, I definitely look a lot younger than I am. Always have. Which whenever I was a kid, I hated that shit, but it's pretty good when you're an adult. Yeah. So yeah, I just like working on my own projects, working on also not having like a ton of money. Whenever my cars broke down, I would just have to fix them myself. And just many experiences like that, and many thousands and thousands of hours just sitting here in front of my computer writing code. That's where I picked up this kind of stuff. And yeah. So, but now I'm going back to school for physics. So that is the sum total of my background, pretty much. Other than this, as far as jobs go, it's been like, sales, retail, working in restaurants, that kind of stuff, for the most part. Few exceptions. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. 6 says, it's very difficult with successful relatives. The pressure is very high. My family are doctors and I want to become a programmer or something like that, but I'm not successful yet. I can't find what I'm good at. Yeah, it takes a while. How old are you, 6? Yeah, Arduino a lot. There's another microcontroller that I like better, which is the ESP microcontrollers. I don't know what their current latest version is, but ESP32 was like the one I was working with a few years ago. And it's basically like an Arduino, but it also has Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. So, and they got some other revisions later. Yeah, the ESP32 with like some kind of little built-in AI libraries and stuff. Yeah, more memory, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, faster. So, and it's cheap. I think it's as cheap or cheaper than an Arduino. So pretty nice little platform there. And now, yeah, great for home automation. And I've stumbled across those things like right when they first came out, the first couple of versions that they had. So that was before like really any kind of Python support or anything like that. I was writing like C programs with like actually writing in interrupts and things like that, which is crazy. That's a whole different level of programming right there. So Python's pretty sweet because you don't have all the types, you don't have all the memory management, garbage collection, stuff like that. All right, so let's run this thing, I guess. Right? We're in scratches, right? Python. Assembly, a little. I'll show you what I mean in just a sec. Scratch. Can't escape. What did it say? Oh, that's probably why he had that R string. I've never really used the R string, but I suppose that's probably what that's for. So let's try it. Warning, this is a development server. Do not use in a production deployment. Well, yeah, no. Wait, what does that say? Image folder. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so it says debugger pin. Restarting with stat debugger is active. Debugger pin. To be honest, I've never used Flask, so I have no clue what this thing is doing. Anyways, it says it's at 1.2. It's at port 5000, so let's give it a shot. Ah, cool. Check it out, man. I learned coding when I was 11. Now I'm 53. Yeah, that's cool, man. It's that's one thing that I was kind of jealous of like pretty much people in your age range is you get to, if you were paying attention, like if you started early like you did, you can you kind of got to see it built from the ground up. And I bet there's a lot of like little tricks and nuggets of stuff that you learn along the way, seeing it, you know, seeing things built up over the years that that people like me, like even as long as I've been doing it, I'm sure there's some like little kernel related things and yeah, machine code assembly, like stuff that's just like you guys used to do just commonly. And now it's like you would really never ever do that unless you were really specializing in that. Cool, man. Hell yeah. It works. Yeah, that'll work, man. That's pretty cool. Right, yeah. Yeah, so I was always kind of jealous of that. I have some very early memories in my, I told you my grandparents had that engineering company. In their first location, I have some early memories of them running like these old PCs where it's just like, you know, a terminal screen. There was no windows back then. It was just green text on a black screen. Very early memories of that, but I never actually, that was when I was so little. I was not of the age where I was going to be, you know, messing around with their computers. I was like maybe 4 or 5. But yeah. Yep. Computing was more fun. Oh, I bet. Yeah. Yep. So as far as assembly goes, I don't know if you were in here last night. This is VHDL. God. Come on now. And this is like a course you can do. They have all the videos and slides and everything you need, lectures and everything right in here. I don't think you even have to sign up for it. I think it's just, you can just you know, flip through the stuff. But yeah, you NAND to Tetris. So you actually build a full 16-bit computer out of NAND gates, which is pretty cool. So I do want to get deeper on the hardware stuff, and I do want to eventually write my own OS and my own, you know, assembly and machine instructions and all that stuff. Because we got a good, yeah, it is really cool. And they get into that, you know, it's literally from the ground up. So they go through all of the different types of, you know, adders and I don't remember all the terms, but it's probably still in my folder here somewhere. Hardware, NAND to Tetris, yeah, right here. Projects 00. Okay, so starting here on project 1 and HDL. So yeah, you just start, you build a little, because you're starting with NAND gates. So then you go and build an AND gate using your NAND gates. And then you build Demux is not the next one in the series. Probably OR, do an OR gate, do a NOT gate, not 16, not. And yeah, XOR, you build up all the little gates and then you build those into muxes and demuxes and yeah, all that stuff. Half adders, yeah. Yeah, it's really, really cool. So you just go through and build up each little component, and then eventually you get to a point where you have a fully functioning 16-bit PC, which is pretty nice. So yeah, I definitely want to get more into the hardware side of things, but hopefully that's what YouTube will do for me. Hopefully YouTube will be able to provide enough cash flow to be able to fund projects like that, because I would love to build a open source PC and make a video series about it that would be something that other people could replicate and have their own, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Outside of the system, you know. There's no CIA that could hack into your home-built PC if you have your own assembly language and instruction set and all this stuff. It's basically unhackable, even if it is completely not nearly as sophisticated. The lack of sophistication essentially makes it completely secure, because like, even if your language is subpar, that honestly even kind of helps your security, because like nobody's going to know what your language is, so how could they possibly hack it? One of a kind. So privacy and just overall not relying on Microsoft and Apple and stuff like that. I did build a once upon a time. You can check this out if you want. The open phone. I don't even know if there's any. Oh, there's not even anything in here. Do I still have anything? This is years ago, so. Under there, Arduino temp ESP web test school. I don't think I have. Damn, it's got to be on a hard drive somewhere. Anyways, OpenPhone was like a Raspberry Pi based touch phone, like smartphone, but it was like a full Ubuntu OS running on a Raspberry Pi. And then I had this 4G LTE module, and I just packaged all that up. I 3D printed out a case and all of the internal components to hold the battery and all that stuff in place, and it was pretty cool until the LTE module, I don't know, got some kind of over-the-air update, and then it just stopped working. So I don't know. It was right around the time that 5G was starting to roll out, and I guess they were like obsolescing, whatever the word is for that, doing away with 4G. And then yeah, I was like, I don't want to start over with 5G. I'll get around to it again someday, but anywho, where are we at here? Right. So we have, did we change anything over here? I don't think we did. I don't think we did. I think I just had that open because of that gallery thing I was looking at. So all right, well, let's see about this. If we go back over to here, we have this on 12. We have our multiplier on 4. Perhaps we should try to speed this up a little. If we're going with 24 frames, 12 frames a second, that is going to be 2 seconds, right? If we multiply in 4, that's going to bring us to 96. Which means, let's just try to bump this up to 24. Yeah, I definitely got to post more frequently. Past couple of days, not posting anything for 7 days. Views, subscribers both took a hit hard, and watch hours is the only thing that's still up, and that's because of the streams. But views and subscribers definitely took a hit, unfortunately. But we'll get back in the groove here. One a day. No, you lay down. Lay down. Lay down. You stay. Stay. It's not for you. You stay. With these streams and whatnot, there's a ton to cover, yeah. I thought about maybe cutting up the streams too, but I don't know about that. Seems kind of lazy. Mic sponsor, yeah, hopefully. That would be nice. My bills are pretty minimalistic right now. If I could hit $1,000 a month, that would pretty much cover me. So hopefully. And that's, you know, like with anything, figuring out the first step is the hardest thing, right? Like building these nodes, building any kind of software, doing anything, engineering or whatever. You got to figure out the first little step. And then once you build something like that VHDL I was just looking at, the building the AND gate, building the OR gate, building the XOR gate, and then eventually you can compose those into something more useful, and then more useful, and then more useful. So that's the way I see it with like something like YouTube, is if I can learn how to make $500 to $1,000 a month on YouTube, then it's a matter of scale. Like once you have the logic down and you have a system that works, then you just have to scale that system up. So if I can get to $1,000 a month, I would consider that a pretty significant win, even though it's not a lot of money. Right, yeah. Reinvest. Once you have the system down, keep reinvesting until you hit your max capacity. There's a carrying, what do they call it? A carrying factor or a carrying cost? I don't know. There's a word I'm looking for. All right, so this is at 12. The motion is pretty smooth, but well, let's open a new yeah, snowball effect, yeah. It's how the banks do it. Compounding interest, man. You got to find ways to compound things. This is 002, this is 001. Okay, well, let's try it with, we have flux steps on 16. What if we go, let's try to bump that up to 20. This video I posted today right before the stream is doing okay. Going on, I mean, right before the stream, so it's literally that old. 145. Before I took my little hiatus, they were starting to get to the point where whenever I first started posting videos, it would be like 2-3 days with 0 views. And then it would get, you know, a few, and then a few, and then it would start to pick up from there. And check it out. Check what out? But then it started to get to a point where it was like within the first few minutes, it would kind of take off. And then after my little hiatus, it's like kind of this flat line. So it's important. You got to keep posting regularly. What are you talking about? Check what out? Right, yeah. Yeah, I was definitely figuring out the video. Yeah. I was definitely figuring out the AV stuff. The video I'll need to check out. Shoot, I mean, I'm sure it was something I was just talking about and I already forgot. Oh, the video that I just posted? Oh, okay, yeah. Well, not to discourage you from watching it, but I mean, you've been here. It's just that video is just a recap of what we've been doing on the past couple streams. But still watch it if you want to, you know, at least give it a like or something. Oh, Cyrillic, huh? Let's see if I can remember how to read this. I see da. I gotta get you that watch time, my brother. Will you be able to make the gallery? No, you're good, Six. I used to practice Cyrillic. It's been several years though. I know the H is like an N sound, right? Nah, I'm not even gonna try it. Moshi. All I recognize is da. Da kato node ini ili or something like that. You're good, Six. Yeah, I need to get back to, that's another idea that I had for YouTube, but I can't. I need to find a way to make it like interesting, like studying languages or something. I don't know if I would do it like a stream or I don't know. I kind of want to find a way to make it maybe like a 4 or 5 minute video, something to do with studying languages. It's just it's a good way, even if nobody watches it, just having that as like a commitment is a good way to keep me on track studying, so I actually stick to it. So I don't know, I gotta find a way to make it interesting, but get back into some Chinese and Arabic and Russian. And you said your God, you said it last night, right? Bulgarian, is that what you said? Second channels, yeah. Yeah, definitely not exactly. Yes, Bulgarian, cool. Yeah, learning languages is a different type of content, so it's not necessarily something that would mesh with this channel, but I don't know. I really don't want to start a second channel. It seems like a lot of work. I already got so many accounts to keep track of. Russian is language. Right, yep, that's what you were saying last night. I think Duolingo might have Bulgarian. Probably, I would imagine. Duolingo is what I usually use. If I remember my see if I remember my credentials here. Hey, we made it. Oldest country in Europe. High Valerian. Ugh. Klingon. I actually don't see Bulgarian. I see Hungarian. Unless I missed it. Interesting. They have Valerian and Klingon, but no Bulgarian. That's a travesty. Yeah. What a tragedy, Duolingo. Alright, man. Take it easy. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, man. You too. Have a good night. After Effects animations. Whew. I like After Effects, but it is intense. In terms of a learning curve and in terms of processing power. Hey, you too. Take care, Dave. We'll catch you tomorrow, today, whatever it is for you. I'm just barely in Central, so it's 3:27 a.m. for me right now. I'm just west of Eastern. Like 30 minutes over the line. Try everything to find what I'm good at. Yeah. That's what you got to do, and it takes time. Yeah, streams are usually going to start right around 5-6 p.m. and they may go really long like this, or they may just be a couple hours. It's not really like a super rigid schedule or anything, but right around that time. Yep. Yeah, 6. That's what it takes. Did I ask you how old you are? It takes a long time for, I mean, at least for me anyways. 10, 11 p.m. your time, yeah. Probably somewhere around there, yep. And I might play around with like doing an earlier one too. Like I might do one earlier in the morning for me, and then another one again like around 6 or 7 p.m. So we'll see. I might break it up just to make it, you know, more compatible with people. I got, you know, Cad says he's in Australia, and you said you're in the UK, right? So gotta try to break it up and make it more accessible for people around the world, which is no problem for me. Okay, GMT +1. Cool, yep. I will I'll take a look at the conversion and see what lines up in terms of like in the morning time for me. All right. Lay down. Flux guidance. Let's turn. You know what? Let's try it like this. Let's turn this back to 0.2. And let's keep that at 20 and 20. Min guidance, cool, flux guidance, flux denoise, flux guidance we're going to leave down. And then we're going to try to bump the sequence count. Should work. Let's just CB-weeby here. Oh. I guess I should have closed that first, but... Interesting. Why does that look like that? I didn't change the sampler, the scheduler, did I? Euler, DDIM uniform? No? Okay. Interesting. Alright. How's the VRAM doing? VRAM about 58. Okay, not bad. Three, 24. All right. SVD sequence 2 of 2. We've just been playing around with the we added in so we added in some controls for the Flux denoise and Flux guidance here. We have the SVD min and min guidance and guidance right there, and the Flux steps. I don't know if you were here when we put that in, so we can control all of these things. And so we've just been kind of tweaking these to try to get a good result. And I mean, we've been getting good results, but just kind of fine tuning it and making it better. And so now we're actually bumping up the sequence count to try to extend this out to two batches of 24 frames. And it's doing the second batch right now. It's on frame 11 of 24 on the second sequence. So it passed our initial image into SVD, made one sequence. It went through all the frames with Flux and touched them up, and then now it took the last frame from the first sequence and put it back through SVD to do another 24, and now it's going through those frames. So, but this is the first time that we've done that, so we'll see what kind of result we get here in just a sec. We're still not really pushing it. The image size is 512 by 512. So we're still kind of just taking it slow, really looks maxing our SVD. SVD maxing. All right, 24 of 24. Now we should stitch it all together. 4.5 minutes, not bad. And the result is, I gotta go through the VFI. 48 frames. Looks good. 512 by 512. All right. Interesting. So we need to get Flux back in there a little more. We also need to go back to our guy walking down the street, because there's not a lot of movement here. While we're thinking about that, let's go ahead and try Flux denoise. Maybe say 0.3. And Flux steps will turn back down to 12. And let's keep SVD steps at 20. Flux guidance. I think we should keep that pretty low too. Yeah, we just need to turn the denoise up a little bit. Let's give that a go. Yeah. Okay. And I want to... And I guess theoretically that would maybe take 4 times as long if I bumped it back up to 1024. Which I don't want to get into right yet. I want to keep the testing cycle kind of fast as possible. So we have close up of a man walking down a sidewalk on a sunny day. Well, I guess we could maybe change our seed to 44. Let's try that. It's kind of the same thing. Guess we can see how it goes. I wanted the dude's legs in the I want to get the guy's legs in the frame so we can actually see his legs moving. Oops, should probably turn my notifications off. I have a do not disturb. Hey, there we go. Yep. All right. What do we have here? Interesting. Same thing going on there, huh? Okay. Well, you know, seems like we're gonna have to turn the denoise up on Flux. Seems like it. What's today? Sunday? Saturday? Monday? Who knows? Probably about time to get some food and hit the hay. Yeah. It's been a long one, but this is how it goes. You gotta be willing to power through. Yeah. I'm almost there. I'm not quite that tired, but it'll be there soon. I want to make sure I cook and eat and, you know, all that before I get too tired and just go crash in my bed without eating. Yeah, definitely. I like these streams, man. It's pretty fun. Have some company, have some people to talk to while I do stuff. You guys come up with ideas and then I can work on them in real time. Think it's good all around. Yeah. I'll probably let this run finish up and then go grab some food. Sounds like a good stopping point. Three and a quarter minutes, not bad. All right, man. You have a good one too. I'll catch you tomorrow or today, whatever it happens to be. Oh, this is a different picture. Very interesting. Whoa, that's trippy. Huh, okay. I think tomorrow I want to try it with just putting the last frame through Flux instead of the whole sequence. But this is a good stopping point for now, and I gotta pee and get some food. So, thank you for everyone tuning in, and I'll all of your ideas and conversation. Have a good night if there's anyone still watching, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Take care.